Paul from Grenada. And I'm sure tonight, hearing from Father and his life in the Lakou, we will be convinced that you have to start from a very early age to determine, what your future is. And the yard normally helps you.
Very interesting that you raised the stakes high tonight. But I just got some breaking news, and I would just like to read it for you.
Mm-hmm.
It is now official that Roman Catholic priest Father Gerard Paul has been suspended a second time from the priesthood by Bishop Clyde Harvey.
Well, that's not breaking news. I've had that since yesterday.
Well, I'm getting some more. They just sent it for me.
Well, let's hold that because we don't want to, because we want to first get into the interview.
Right, so I just wanted to make sure that is the priest that we have with us today.
Yes.
Yeah, because, it is always interesting when you're in the media and those stories come out.
Well,
obviously.
I've gotten that story since last night.
Right. So,
and,
so I'm very happy that he's here tonight to give us his take on the Lakou. And as we proceed, we will probably be able to just go on the outskirts of that. The Catholic thing is for the Catholic. Okay. But I just thought I would just mention that tonight. Good evening, Cecil. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight.
And it's a pleasure to be with you also, my good body, brain. And I'm not getting my technician, I'm not getting Father clearly. I'm not getting his face. I'm seeing, yes.
Good.
Yes, I need to get Father's face so that the people on Facebook
can see him.
And the YouTube can actually see who he is. He looks very young.
He's a young man.
But he was born in the early 60s, very early 60s.
I don't know if he's the same guy who I met when I was at the presbytery in Goodwill. I don't know whether he came to Dominica already. I don't know.
Well, he will tell us all of that tonight,
right.
So we will know. And I'm sure that the Catholics who are out there, both in Grenada, because quite a number of people from Grenada already have given me a few calls to tell me how did I able to get Father onto the program. But I said to them,
but you like controversy.
I'm a Caribbean man. I'm a Caribbean man first, and by virtue of that, I'm able to ensure that whatever I want from the region, I can really make my contacts.
And you have a long arm. You have had Antigua, you've had St. Lucia, you've had Grenada before, and now you. And next week, I'm going to be having from Guyana, the opposition leader. I'm working on getting, as a fact, we spoke, and he too is very excited about coming onto the program. Okay. So I want to talk to him on the whole issue of his yard and to look at the bigger yard in Guyana, especially as we're now hearing about oil. And I'm sure that he too will have his own story. The people want to hear the bishop, the priest, I mean.
Yes.
So let's go straight.
Yeah, not that we were still trying to get the Zoom is fine. The Zoom is fine. I just want to see Father now. The Zoom is fine, young man. Thank you very much. And yes, Father, I hope that you're not going to be standing. You're going to be sitting, right, Father? I hope that you're going to be sitting because we're going to have a very good night. All right, Father? Yes. Yes, I'm hearing you, Father. The public is not hearing you yet, but I'm hearing you. All right, so Father is seated, and we are going to have him in a wee while as we getting ourselves ready for Facebook. Mm-hmm. So my technician is working a dual role. I'm trying to get the Zoom to work, and at the same time, he's going to get the Facebook. So people who have been asking me about the Facebook, yes, Father, it's very good now. We can leave it that way. So the people who are asking about the Facebook, you will be seeing soon from now the Facebook link because, the way the world has come now, we do not just want to hear interviews. We want to see people.
But let me just, while you're doing that and getting your thing together, I just think I would just read something from the country, and I suspect he's a country boy.
Yes, he's from the country.
Right.
Yeah. No. In this modern world, we don't say country boy anymore. Urban.
But since I'm in the Lakou,
since we're in the Lakou, let's say country.
I want to say country.
Let's use it with country.
So that's a country boy.
Yes.
Let me tell you something about the country. It is in the raw country that we come upon ourselves. Here, the home man is no rejection of heaven. You hear that? And people wriggle their toes in the mud and say, something for all of us here, come dig time to plant up. These people have never seen blood spill over their charmed penny. These people has never been where smoke is a law and they persecute you with pen and ink. And most folks are sad because they have found out about things. Raw, we see. Raw, we see. It is the good country that we came upon ourselves. Hear that? It is the good country that we came upon ourselves.
And I like that, At the start of you reading this, I find that it's very deep, and I was trying to wonder where you were going with that paragraph that you were reading. But reading the last few lines is a clear indication as to what you wanted to tell us.
Yeah,
how valuable is the country?
Yeah.
Some of us tend to think that the country is uninhabited. Some of us think that the country is archaic. Some of us think that the country is there's no value in the country.
Right.
But when you look at the greatest of brains,
it's in the country.
It's in the country.
You find yourself.
And you find yourself.
So when you meet a man from the country and he comes out there to express his opinion about certain aspects of life, that is where you come upon yourself.
And I'm going to ask Father, especially some deep questions reference his community. Because normally with life, we tend to want to stay with the circle of things. And we tend not to move away from some of the people ideology, And so tonight having Father with us, it's a clear example of a man who came from the country and who has been able to speak his mind. And asking the church a question should not be something to penalize you.
Well, people ask questions there, in Dominica too. And one of the questions people are asking in Dominica that's also very controversial, another one that's very controversial, and some people meeting me all the time, Brain, when is the cathedral in Roseau going to be finished now?
I'm not making that my business. I mean, the church has its finances, and the church has to manage its finances.
Well, no, that's another question of controversy.
No, it's not. That should not be controversy. I find sometimes we tend to want to look for things that are not our business. The church, yes, has been on a program to rehabilitate its structure. We do not know what the finances are because I'm not so sure whether they got insurance money or they did not get insurance money, whether the members of the church are actually contributing towards the rehabilitation of the church. I do not know how much money was budgeted, and in the process of the budget, we have seen the church is a typical example as to what happens with the world or what happens in government. When government says to you that, that they have started a project, but because of the escalating prices around the world, things happen. So the church would have maybe budgeted $1 million. Now today, it might be $2 million for the church to rebuild their church. Right. So I personally, I do not want that to be a controversy. People have to learn to mind their own business.
Well, but it's not people, people, faithfuls have been asking me very, very staunch.
Tell them go to the priest. Tell them go to Father Karam, and Father Karam will give them an answer. I personally have to tell them that. If you have that concern, don't ask Brain. Brain is not in the administration of the priesthood.
Ask Karam.
Go and ask Father Karam. Go and ask Father John Lewis. Go and ask all of the other fathers. Do not ask us that question.
Okay, brother.
So I just want people to know
let me
that.
tell them, don't ask me.
Don't ask you.
Go and ask Karam.
Let me just say good evening to you, Father.
Good evening, my brother.
You look very solemn and very relaxed.
Yes, why shouldn't I be?
I know earlier on I had a conversation.
We're talking about the yard, right?
Yes, we're talking about, we say Lakou.
Okay.
We say the Lakou. And the Lakou, in that's a Creole term. I know Grenada once upon a time spoke quite a lot of Creole. They have since then lost that. Dominica, St. Lucia, we have maintained the Creole language. And so we say the Lakou rather than saying the yard. And so I'm very happy that you could make some time to be with us on the Lakou.
If you allow me for a moment here, I do really, really admire the people of St. Lucia and Dominica. St. Lucia, in a particular way, well, at least that's where my knowledge extends to. I know St. Lucia in the 1980s when I was at seminary. They were making a big deal that it's not patois, it's Creole. And I clearly understand why that was being done, and I believe it's still being done, because when we say patois, we mean broken French, and we mean not a language, but Creole is a full language with all the elements of what constitute a language. As a matter of fact, I remember, I think it was in the early 80s as well, I was listening to a BBC program, and they were highlighting an incident in which, well, not so much an incident, but some people from West Africa, I'm not sure exactly which country in West Africa, started making contact with the Creole community in the Caribbean here, that is Dominica and St. Lucia, and found out that what the people, St. Lucia and Dominica, were speaking and calling Creole was exactly what they were speaking in West Africa. So I just wanted to make the point. I commend your islands. Unfortunately, in Grenada here, my parents spoke Creole, but they only spoke it when they didn't want us to understand. And Creole has died. When I was in seminary in my third year, I went to St. Lucia for 6 weeks to try to speak Creole. Unfortunately, that was not enough time. But I just really wanted to underline the point that Creole, as you know, is a full language. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's not a broken language. This is what the English have told us. And it's part of their ideological push to say to us that we are not speaking properly and we should learn to speak properly. It's a full language. English derived from Latin, for example, and I'm sure that they had a struggle in establishing themselves or being recognized as a proper language. And so I know you have gone a long way in having Creole recognized as a full, complete language.
I must say to you, though, Father, that he's now deceased, Felix Henderson, from in the 70s, because right now DBS Radio is almost celebrating 50 years of Creole at the station. When we first started having the Creole, people in the public was not very happy. Like you said in reference to the English, that they felt that was, if you took the opportunity to speak Creole, that you would not be able to speak the English language properly. And it was then sent down to our parents, because even when, as a boy growing up, we had to sneak in to get to know what the Creole was. At the time, they called it patois. And
Right.
Felix Henderson, I must say first, Dennis Joseph, who was the manager then, decided that in 1975, thereabout, that he was going to ensure that Creole was going to be in part of the programming of DBS Radio. From since then, it has never turned its back. So we are being involved as the national radio station speaking Creole. So Felix Henderson has found himself as the pioneer of the Creole language in Dominica, the region, and the world. We are very proud of that, because there was this big meeting in Louisiana where Felix Henderson requested of these people to have a Creole Day and a Creole Month, so that we could recognize Creole. And today I am happy that Felix Henderson passed this world and was able to ensure that he left a legacy behind where today that we have what is called the World Creole Music Festival, and we have Creole foods, we have Creole cultures, and we are very much embedded in Creole. So, Father, what you said was very clear, and it stems again from the Lakou that you spoke of, where you said your parents did not want you to understand the Creole. And we too had that same fight, but like you, I don't even want to use the word rebel, but sometimes you use the word rebel in the positive way. We were rebel enough, and today we have the language, both Dominica and St. Lucia, together with Haiti, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. Now, Father, we are here. We are down to business. I need to know about, Father. First of all, I need to know about your parents, your siblings, your community, and then we can later on talk about what the yard was like for you in your growing up.
Yeah, so I'm one of 7 children. I'm the last. Actually, there were 9 of us. One died before me, and one died after me, and that's how I became the last child of the family. And that's why I like to use that point to illustrate to people that we're not in this world by accident. Our parents may have been having some fun when we got conceived. They were, as we say, I don't know if we use that term in Dominica, they're making a fling. But we came about through that fling, through that fun that they were having. But in God's world, it was not an accident. Scripture tells us in John's Gospel that at the appointed time, God came to us, born of a woman. That's Jesus Christ. By the way, the Greeks have 2 words for time. They have the word chronos, which is chronological time. After 1 o'clock is 2 o'clock. After 2 o'clock is 3 o'clock. After 1985 is 1986. After 1986 is 1987. And so on. Chronos, chronological time. But they also have another word for time, which is the kairos, which means the right time, not the time in terms of year. Yes, Jesus was born in a particular year, but the kairos means the right time, the right season. And so it is with all of us. It's no accident that I was born in 1962. All of the circumstances that caused me to have been born in 1962 may be belabored and detailed and so on, but the reality in God's eyes is that there is no accident that you were born the time you were born, to the parents you were born, to the island you were born, and so on and so forth. There's been a lot of migration throughout the islands, and that would have given rise to people being born in different islands and families moving and so on and so forth. So, yes. So you asked the question of the Lakou. Can you rephrase the question, please?
Just wanted to know, you said that you are one of 7. You're now being the last because the one before you died and the one after you died. So I wanted to know about your siblings, your parents, and the community that you come from, and then later on we're going to talk about the yard.
Okay. So my parents migrated to Aruba. I think it was the 1930s. I think 30s or 40s, early 40s maybe. And they were from villages in St. Patrick. St. Patrick is the most northerly parish. And St. Patrick's adjoined St. Andrew's. That's the parish in which I was born. Actually, my church is in a village called River Sally in St. Patrick's. And River Sally is just 7-8 minutes driving from my home where I grew up. So my father was from River Sally, and my mother was from La Fortune in St. Patrick's. And so we grew up. My parents went to Aruba, where our 4 sisters were born. The girls came first, and then the 3 boys came after. They returned to Grenada in the late 50s, and we were born here. So yeah, basically that's it. 7 of us in a very quiet village, Conference in St. Andrew. That's where I grew up. Very peculiar village in that I don't know if you had the same experience in Dominica, where every village, or mostly every village, had a gang of Bajans. The Conference is sandwiched between Tivoli and La Poterie. And whereas both Tivoli and La Poterie had gangs of Bajans, and there was a lot of gambling and fighting in those days. Conference had none of that. And Conference remains today. I'm 62 years old. I heard you gentlemen were talking about looking like a young fella, not so young. I'm 62 years old in June, and Conference remains really the same. I built my house there in 2013, and the village, it characteristically remains the very same village, very quiet, very easygoing. In fact, most people know of Tivoli and La Poterie, and they don't know of Conference. And if you add Tivoli and La Poterie and you put them inside of Conference, you will take a long time to find them. In other words, Conference is by far the biggest village in them all, but it has remained quite a quiet village that it's little known to many people, especially my part of Conference, Upper Conference. Lower Conference is more known, but my part of Conference is very, very quiet. It's Upper Conference, and a lot of people don't even know that is Conference. A lot of people who even live there now don't even know that that's Conference. They either say that they are from La Poterie or from Tivoli. So that's basically the story of my village.
I'm happy that you were able to talk about your parents going to Curacao, you said? Aruba. The ABC countries. In those days, in the region, quite a number of people would have gone to Curacao, Aruba, or Bonaire. Not much Bonaire, but Aruba and Curacao at the time. That's where the money was. So while some persons would have gone to Europe, that is England, in England, but you find that quite a number of people would have gone to Curacao. I know one of our great singing stars, the Lady of Song, Ophelia, was born in Curacao because, again, of that movement of people going to those communities. So it's a clear example of the entire region that we are mapped out almost the same way in terms of culture.
Yes.
No, Father, you gave us quite a lot in reference to your community and say that the upper part of Conference where you are from is the quiet aspect of, or the quiet area of Conference. The lower part is more or less, hip hop, as we could say. No, Father, you would have gone to school. Help us to have a greater understanding of your preschool period, whether there was preschool. What preschool did you go to?
So I went to Tivoli RC School Then again, Tivoli is actually, the school is marked Tivoli RC School, and historically it has been said to be his Tivoli RC School, but that's really part of Conference. It's the largest primary school. It was the largest primary school by far in many of the villages surrounding Conference Tivoli. And so many people came from many villages. 5 miles away, children walked to school, 4 miles, 3.5 miles walk to the school I went to. The school had a primary division. It was referred to as the nursery. It was actually written on the building, the nursery. So not the primary, sorry, but the preschool. The preschool was part of that school. So you had the preschool, and in those days, so it was the nursery. That's where you first went. You would have first gone. And then there was what was called the ABC part. And then you move on to, it wasn't grade at the time, it was standard 1, standard 2, standard 3. I remember very distinctly the very first time I went to school. My sister dropped me off at the nursery. That would have been a good distance. It would have been about a little over a quarter mile, but for a child, it was a long walk for the first time in my life. And I saw her, went and spoke to the person in charge of the nursery, a woman by the name of Miss Alexander. Miss Alexander was a very tall, powerful, very dark lady. And she spoke to her for a while. And my sister left the school with one speed. I ran out behind her. And when I couldn't catch up with her, I just cried and had to come back in school. It was a very horrible experience.
Can you imagine?
My first day at school. But that's how it began. And in those days were the days when the teacher carried around a rod. So Miss Alexander always had a really tough rod. I mean, we were really tiny kids. I was 5 years old when I went to school. And, she will strike you with that rod. So that was school back then.
That is amazing, what you're saying. Again, it seems as if the British themselves school us a particular way. And nothing different from what you're saying that we would have gotten here in Dominica. So we got the same schooling and the same concept of flogging. It's amazing that you had to walk almost a quarter of a mile to get to school. There are still some students, I'm sure, in those days. There would have been students in those days that would have had to walk from Fonkole to Roseau Mixed Infant School. So that itself would have been a mile.
Yeah.
You would be one of them.
Like I said,
saying that
quarter
we
mile
would have gotten
looks a
here
lot
in
for
Dominica.
me.
So we got the same.
There were children who walked as much as 3.5 miles to get to school,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's how the British brought us up. Tough.
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
and you said about the standards. So we too had standard 1, standard 2, standard 3, standard 4, and then at standard 5, I think you would get the opportunity to go and sit common entrance. Was that the same for you?
Yeah, the same. In those days, it was called scholarship. It was called scholarship, not common entrance. Scholarship meant that they gave a limited number of persons passes. So let's say throughout the island, the first 200, the first 150 will go to secondary school. There were a very limited number of secondary schools on the island. As a matter of fact, Grenada Boys Secondary School, I believe, was the first secondary school. It was referred to as the grammar school, and people came all the way in the early days from Barbados, and I don't know where else, but certainly from Barbados to come to that one secondary school we had in Grenada called the Grammar School. By my time, there were quite a few more secondary schools, but it was so limited at the time. There was not any universal secondary school here on the island. So people competed for the small space to enter secondary school. So you were granted a scholarship by government. Let's say if you came in the first 200 or 150, I don't know what number it was, which meant that government paid your schooling, paid for your tuition. But there was also what they call an entrance. If you came a certain amount, you came within a certain number on the island, you were given an entrance. So you could have gotten to a secondary school through an entrance. Now, entrance meant that you had to pay a school fee. So the scholarship was for those in that limited few, I don't know, 200 persons, the first 200. Anything beyond that, you could have gotten an entrance. In other words, you were good enough to enter secondary school, and but you had to pay a school fee. It was with the dawn of the revolution when I was in Form 3, the 1979 revolution, March 13, 1979 revolution, that actually secondary school became universal and free. So many schools were built, and the number of persons entering secondary school dramatically rose.
And Father, I like the role that you're playing in reference to enlightening us in from what was happening in Grenada in the 60s and early 70s. My co host, Mr. Adams, he himself is a teacher.
Well, very interesting that he raised the issue of the similarities among the, especially among the islands, in terms of limited spaces to enter secondary school, and the number of scholarships were limited to persons. Very interesting that he also raised the issue about the revolution creating more secondary schools and hence more persons able to enter secondary schools.
All right. So, Father, I just want to say to you at this time we have some 96 persons on our social media at this time, so quickly growing, listening and looking at our interview with you. So I just want you to know that. So a number of persons are actually making their comments. One person actually made the comment that quite a lot of abuse went on in those early days, at the schools. But whether we consider it to be abused or whether we see the success of the toughness of these systems in those days, we are based on the side of the fence that we are will determine whether they were wrong or whether they were right. Now, Father, you went through the process of primary school or elementary school, as we would have said in those early days. How would you all call it? Elementary or primary?
Elementary.
Yeah, we call it primary school mainly, but it was also referred to as elementary school.
Okay. So you went through the process, and at what period would you have sat common entrance?
I sat common entrance at 12 years old. And then again, it was scholarship, and I want to use the term because it distinguishes it from common entrance. Common entrance, in other words, the commoners enter, but scholarship denotes a higher grade, a higher grade. So I would have done it at 12 and then again at 13 years old, because people would have done it as long as they didn't pass it up to 13 plus. Once you get to 14 years, you couldn't do it again. You were in the school leaving class, and you will that will be the trajectory to pass your school leavers certificate.
Right. Very
Yeah.
interesting that he said that, because a number of persons wrote the common entrance more than once. So
Yeah.
at the first time you didn't pass, you still had another chance at 13 to write the exam. After that, Kaipul Kwase, you go into the GSP or the school living class.
At that time, Father, you 12, 11, 10, 9, you frequent in the yard. You were part and parcel of the Lakou. Tell us what was the bringing up in that Lakou. For instance, in Dominica, we had longhouses where you had several families living in some longhouses. Not every community. You had some communities where you had single houses. And so I want to know how it was in that period, in that time for you.
Yes. Fortunately or unfortunately, I believe unfortunately, I did not quite grow up in the yard culture. My parents, having come from Aruba, bought 6 acres of land, and we had a private roomed house to our home. We always had a vehicle in the yard. We were regarded to be rich people in the community.
We use the word bourgeois.
But it's just that we were a little better off, more fortunate than the vast majority of people. So that, yes, so we had a private road, and my parents turned to farming. So since as a little boy, I went to the garden to get grass for cow, to grow cocoa and nutmeg and banana and limes and coconuts and so on. Every day I went to the garden. So I didn't have quite the yard experience, but I sort of know of the yard experience in which, you had a yard where you had several small houses, very often one-room houses. Now, there was a hurricane in 1955 called Janet. The hurricanes are still given names of human beings. Called Janet. Janet was thought of as being a very devastating hurricane. Not as devastating as Ivan, which was in 2004, but by the standards back then, and I say by the standards, the housing standards, it would have devastated the houses very badly. And some houses came into the island. To be honest, I believe through the British, they were one-room houses, and they were called Janet houses. To date, they are referred to. You can still see the remains of one or two, and they were called Janet houses. So as I said, I didn't quite have the yard experience wherein, people had their little houses in a yard, several, and their little outside kitchen covered with straw and so on. Yes, we did have an outside kitchen, but we also had an inside kitchen and bathroom and toilet inside. Once you were there, people thought you were rich. Once you had a vehicle in the yard, people thought you were rich. As a matter of fact, for the surrounding villages, my father took women to the hospital, Maribo Hospital, about 6-7 miles away from my village, and took them to the hospital to make their babies. In those days, we did not have all the district clinics that we have now. So the prenatal care and so on were not available. People got pregnant and their water bag bust in the middle of the night, and they run come to daddy to drop them to the hospital. So that was the experience. In 1971, electricity came to our village. Our parents came back with a lot of appliances, electrical appliances, fridges and all those things, but they just remained to rot because there was no electricity in the village until 1971. I remember when electricity came back. When electricity came to the village, there were only 3 houses with electricity. People used to risk walking up our gap, risk being bitten by our very ferocious dogs just to see the electricity. And my mother, I remember in the late evening, I will ask my mother, Mommy, can I put on the light, please? And she will say to me, Jerry, hold on a little while, it's still bright. And a little later, she would tell me, put on the light. So I was very, very fascinated with touching a switch and seeing this light go on. I grew up in the village, as I said, in a good bit of solitude and privacy. But on a Sunday evening, the boys and girls in the village, we joined and played hide and seek, and we played ball, as we say, cricket in the road. So that was a big thing, and roll tire and so on. Really fascinating. Very happy. The Sunday was the happiest day of my life. We did not have to go to the garden because you cut enough grass for the cow on Saturday, and we didn't have to go to garden on Sunday, excepting if Daddy was very tired and he told us, just go and throw the grass for the cow. So we didn't have to go to garden on Sunday. We went to church on Sunday mornings, and then Sunday evening we played ball. Now, I was a guy who peed in bed until around 15 years old. So Mommy would look out for me to make me stop playing at a certain hour, because the more I play, the more I'm going to pee bed. So at a certain hour, I will stay beyond her gaze. There was a kind of pasture, cow pasture, just next to us. And that's where we played cricket. We played ball there. So I will kind of hide from her and play the evening out. Or else she would call me in and I'll have to sit down while everybody else is enjoying themselves. But village life was a very wonderful thing. Everybody said good morning and good afternoon to each other and so on. We called everybody along the way. It was a huge thing. If you didn't say good morning, you can't be reported. We, in our family, never had that experience because we were trained to say hello to everybody on the road. So growing up in the village was a very wonderful experience.
While you had a gated private property, you would have, as you said, many times having to leave and go meet your friends.
Very close home, though. Very, very close. It was not any distance at all. We weren't allowed to hang out with friends and go beyond the gaze of Mommy and Dad. When I said we were playing cricket, it was right next door to us in boundary with us. There was some lands there, a lot of lands there, gentlemen, owned many cows, and we would play right there. And the road that continues from our private road, we'd play cricket in the road. So it wasn't far at all, but it is also true that we were, very, very well managed.
No, because of your elite, fortunate income status, your parents, more so the mom, who was the one responsible for our upbringing, who would have marginalized other children from you?
No, it was more being protective. I mean, children were allowed to come and play in our yard, but every time they play in our yard on a Sunday, it would have been a problem because we had a big yard by standards of.
I'm not hearing you, Father. I'm not so sure why. I'm not hearing you at all. Are you hearing
You
me?
hearing me now?
Yes, no, I'm hearing you now.
Yeah, a phone call was coming in. Yeah, we had a very big yard, and there were 3 flowers garden in the yard. A very big one and 2 small ones. Mommy tended to one, daddy tended to the other. So in the evening time, you can see that it was a little competition like going on between them. They had a beautiful little flowers garden, and we had a big one. So whenever children came to the yard to play, we had to be very careful not to jump in the flowers garden and break up mommy flowers, because we're going to get a severe mouth trashing for that for a long time. So children were allowed to come in our yard, and they had to behave in a certain way. They couldn't, of course, use obscenities or even use words like damn and ass and so on. So children did play in our yard. You talk about an elitist upbringing. We were not aloof of the community. And that has had a profound effect on me. As I said, my daddy brought practically every woman in the village to the hospital 7 miles away to meet their children. And also because we were big in farming, in those days there was the Gist boat that came to Grenada. And Daddy used to bring the bananas all the way to the pier in St. George's, and he will have a lot of reject banana, and people will come and get. People will come and get breadfruit and banana that he will give them free. He never really sold to the poor people. So we were very connected with the people in the community. And I want to underline that though we were a little more privileged than everybody, than most others, we were not in any sense elitist. In the smallest of sense, I would believe.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Now, you sat common entrance, you passed to go to high school. But before that, when was your first trip from conference to Georgetown, and what was the experience like?
To St. George's.
Sorry, to St. George's.
The first trip I could remember was in 1969. In 1969, there was Expo 69, and it was a very big affair. And the school children went. Some children were selected, I believe, based on good behavior, good conduct, being good examples. And I remember the teacher specifically saying to me, I thought I would have been chosen, but the teacher specifically said to me, I will not choose you because your parents have vehicle. And indeed, the very last Sunday of Expo, I went to St. George's for the first time. So not the town of St. George's. It was a suburban area where the exposition took place. It was a very big affair. All I remember is a lot of lights. By the way, I got lost. We drop off from the van, and I, being as mannish as I am, as my sisters and them were fixing their clothes, and people, you just drop from a vehicle trying to catch yourself. I went on and I said to them, you're all getting on like country bookie, man. And before you know it, droves of people just passed me, and I was swarmed in a crowd, and I was running behind a man saying, hey man, I lose, hey man, I lose. The man brought me in. He brought me in a little police boot, a little police station, little boot, And that's where I remained for the entire evening. My parents and the entire family were very frustrated, searching for this little boy all over. They couldn't enjoy themselves. The only thing I was thinking about when I saw evening was coming The only thing I was thinking about, I had gotten nothing to eat. I was literally very, very hungry. But the only thing I was thinking about, boy, am I going to pee bed tonight if I have to sleep here? And yeah, they got me late in the evening in the dark. I was able to see a few things. And I was so happy to see my parents and my siblings. And I was shocked that they were not happy to, they were so angry with me for having made a mess of the evening. I couldn't understand it. The evening and nighttime when we were leaving for home, I tried to jump up at the back of the van and they called me in very strict manner that I had to sit in front because they weren't taking any chances.
No flogging?
So that's the time I remember going to St. George's.
No flogging?
So all I remember was a very long ride, and I didn't see anything of St. George's Town at that time at all.
Okay, so just imagine getting to St. George's for your very first time. You're getting lost the very first time. I know that there are many people, even in Dominica, who came from the country. I remember once having an interview with someone, and they told me that he was a big man. He had to actually put a landmark. So wherever he went, he looked at landmarks so that he would be able to get back to where he came from.
Let me ask you, having frustrated your parents, did you get flogged? Were you flogged?
No, I didn't get flogged, but in those days, boy, they watch your eye. You prefer you'd have gotten flogged.
You got supper?
Eye and stare at you, and you just saying, "Man, just beat me and done."
You got supper that night? You got supper that night?
Yeah, I got stuff to eat.
and
Our parents were not in the habit of scolding you by depriving you of any meal. No, I never had that experience.
No, Father, you said that you sat the common entrance. You had fun period as a boy growing up. Played cricket. What about soccer?
Yeah, we kind of kick a ball, but never really played cricket. You got some piece of a ball. I wasn't privileged. Like in school, after school you went home. That was the case with our family, with us. You weren't able to hang around the playground and, learn the skills of playing cricket properly and football and so on. So I never really learned that. When lunchtime we had to walk back home for lunch. And by the time we got lunch, was just to hustle back to school resumed at 1 o'clock. The lunch break was between 12 and 1 o'clock. So when children were kicking ball in the playground, I really didn't get that opportunity. And as I said, when school was over, I had to go straight home. I learned to play soccer when I went to seminary at the age of 24.
Wow, very late.
Yeah.
No, Father, the church, your mom and your dad would have been stone Catholics. And they would have had to bring you along with them every time they go to church. Give us that experience.
So church went like that. There were two church services, Holy Masses at my church. One about 7 o'clock and the other one about 9 o'clock. I usually went to that one at 7 o'clock with one of my elder sisters. She was really the cook in the house. So she would have gone to the early mass. I accompanied her to the early mass, and for many years. And she would have come back and to begin to cook. The joke about it is that she would come back and idle. I suspect she would have been coming up to her early teens at the time. So she would be in the mirror fixing her hair and fixing and working. And when you hear the vehicle sound in the bottom of the gap, she would rush and put the callaloo in the pot and rush and they used to what you call bun coloring. You put some sugar in some oil, and you get the color for the chicken. And she would rush that, and mommy and daddy and the rest would come, and they would think that we were cooking for the longest while. But that's how it was. Well, I also went with the family, and the entire family went. We were never early, never early. That's one remarkable thing. If Mass was 7:30, we were late. And this is a fact. If Mass was changed to 8 o'clock, we were late. If it was changed to 8:30, we were late. And if it was changed to 9 o'clock, we were late. So being late is a culture. I learned that as I got older. It was it wasn't that, oh, I had this problem this morning. You can't have a problem every day. You have to prepare days before sometimes to be on time. So I learned that, but we went to church on that pickup van, and we were always late. But it was also a beautiful experience. In those days, it was the Latin Mass when the priest's back was turned to the people. And I still remember a lot of the Latin responses and so on. And I liked it. We sang in Latin. We didn't know what the heck we were singing, but we sang in Latin. Parents were very strict. You had to pay attention all the way in church. You couldn't turn left or turn right. You had to kneel when the time to kneel, stand when the time to stand, be extremely quiet. I remember once there was a young man, a boy in school, in church. He was in front of me, and there were a lot of holes in his shirt. And I pointed it to mommy. I pointed the holes. I was really just surprised that he had that shirt with all that holes. And mommy slapped my hand and watched me very sternly and gave me a very stern verbal correction after Holy Mass. So I learned not to look down upon anybody. In fact, I learned that we really need to be in solidarity with the dispossessed people of the world. I learned that at a very early age. As I said, I saw my parents giving provision to all sorts of people in the village who would just pass. They had nothing to cook. They got blood of fig, bread, food, whatever provisions we had.
So, Father, did your family pay for their pew?
Did my family?
Paid for their seats?
No. By my time, I don't believe. There were benches that were marked the name of families still, but I don't recall that particular families were sitting in those benches. Maybe if it were, it would have been really at the end of the era.
I also want to find out, in reference to marriages and baptism, would you all baptize people, those who, and that's the church, as I say you all, I'm in the church, would the church baptize people if you're not married on a Thursday, and those who are married on a Sunday?
Wow, I heard of that, but I don't know it. And I believe from my recollection that baptism took place on a weekday, not on a Sunday. But I know for a fact that there were discrimination against people who weren't married. And some priests will take it to the extreme. If you did not marry, your child did not get baptized. But yes, so there was quite harsh discrimination against people who were not married.
What
they
about
had children.
What about making first communion confirmation? If if you were not married, that would have also you have also.
No, everyone was allowed to make first communion and confirmation.
Okay. What about when you go to church? Normally, when I grew up, you cannot have breakfast until you come from church.
Yeah, that was it. Now, it was a good practice. The notion being, the idea being that you're going to receive the Lord, which continues to be um, the profound teaching of the scriptures and the profound teaching of our church. Um, for some church communities, they're just eating bread and drinking wine, and they're saying it's symbolic. But we in our church believe that there is a process called transubstantiation, a point at which the bread and wine becomes the body and blood of Christ. And I can testify to that just in a while. I will. So we didn't eat. You took it on empty stomach because you didn't want it to be mixing with a whole lot of other food. And also the fasting was a good experience. I have discovered fasting to be a tremendous experience in earlier part of my life, and more so in this part of my life. I found fasting to be a very healthy experience. It is practiced by all of the major religions, Judeo-Christian religions, by Islam. The month of Ramadan has just finished. The Jewish have their time as well. I don't recall the name of it now. And many Christian denominations continue to practice fasting. The Hindus do it and so on. When we fast, after 15, 16 hours, our bodies get into a stage that is referred to as autophagy. I hope I'm pronouncing that word right, autophagy. And what really happens is that the body starts looking for food to keep it alive in any way or fashion. So that's why when we fast, the body eats up all the fats in our bodies. But it also eats up the diseases and bacteria and viruses. It literally consumes them and make them null and void in terms of infecting the body. So fasting is a tremendous experience. We have a period called Lent that we fast. Talking about transubstantiation, which was just a concept we learned at seminary. We had in Grenada a stigmatist who died just over 2 years ago. A stigmatist is someone who has the wounds of Jesus, the wounds in his hands, the wound on his shoulder for having carried the cross, the scourges on the lower back. Remember, Jesus was tied to a pillar and was beaten severely. The wounds, the nails made in his hands and in his feet, the wound on his side when he was lanced with the spear, when we were told that blood and water poured from his side, the wound on the forehead when the centurion, that's the Roman soldier keeping watch of the body, wanted to know if he was alive or dead, took the spear and lifted him lifted his head and realized he was dead. And that's why no bones were broken. And that's the prophecy coming true, that not a bone of yours will be broken. So the stigmatist in the name of Alicia Banfield, a very simple woman from the countryside, the same parish as I, about 6 miles away from my home, 7 miles. She got the gift of stigmatism, and she had all of the wounds. Now, Padre Pio, who was one of the best and greatest known stigmatists of the last century, he died about 1968, had many wounds as well. And but that lady, Miss Banfield, Alicia Banfield, had wounds, all the wounds, and I saw them over and over during the Holy Week period. She literally lived in her bathroom, bleeding all the time, pain, suffering. And she had a great gift of exorcism. She exorcised all sorts of evil from people in Africa, in Europe, in England, in Canada, in North America. She dealt with the case. I met that woman, and she told me the story of my entire life. My entire life. She gave me details. I don't know that woman. She doesn't know me. The point I really wanted to make is not only that she had those gifts, but I saw on several occasions with my own eye, and she did not make a show of it, but she would have showed me once or twice. When she got the host, it turned into flesh in her mouth, literal flesh. So that's why we Catholics continue to believe, because Jesus says, do this as a memorial of me. When you enter that celebration, when you do this, you are eating me. And for the life of me, I didn't believe that for all my life, literally. I would have heard about experiences of people with the host turning flesh in their mouth. I thought that was just stories. I have seen it. I have witnessed it. And I know it to be a fact. God can do whatever he wants to do, and he can manifest in anyone he chooses the way he wants to manifest.
So it speaks volume of your reaction to the church. And so I would have liked to ask, which I'm going to, were you an altar boy?
Yeah, I was an altar boy. But nearly every boy who went to church was an altar boy in the days, you know. I mean, it was something that you really wanted to be, you know. All my brothers, my other two brothers, they were altar boys. I was an altar boy as well, you know. Not for a very, very long time. A priest and I fell out. Somebody did something wrong. A Sunday, the priest wasn't there, and he accused me. I guess they may have said it was I. And, you know, he pushed me up the wall and gave me a few cuffs and so on. But not anything
like punch?
Abusive, you know?
Like punch?
Yeah. A couple of punches and tell me I shouldn't do that, you know? But it was kind of laughing thing. It wasn't anything severe, anything to talk about at all. And he learned afterwards, he was a very nice old man, Father Jimmy. He learned afterwards that it wasn't I. And he came to me and apologized. And as I say that now, I feel very touched. Imagine a white priest coming to me as a boy and saying, Jerry, I'm very, very sorry. He said it over and over and over again and begged me to rejoin the confraternity of acolytes. But I did not join. I was a kind of stubborn guy, you know.
Would you say that you're still a stubborn guy? Are you still a stubborn guy?
Yeah, well, you see, what stubbornness really means is that somebody sticks to their point. Now, you see, there is a lot of inauthentic living that we engage in and it passes. We know how to tell lies. We know how to not speak the truth in the face of authority. You know, if a man telling lies, he's telling lies. And if he is perennially telling lies, I'm going to tell him that no matter who he is. But we won't do it. And that is going to be referred to as being stubborn. So if that is being stubborn, that's fine. Jesus was a very stubborn person. And I'm not just calling to Jesus to make an excuse. All the prophets were stubborn people. You know, Jeremiah kept telling the people, Israel is going to fall. They're going to be conquered by the Babylonians because they have not listened and obeyed the commandments of God. Jeremiah was so hated that he was thrown in an empty well in the dry season, a muddy, soggy, miry clay, clary a well to die. Ebed Melech, an African from Cushite. Cush was a civilization south of Egypt that developed before Egypt predated Egypt and would have obviously given a lot to the Egyptian civilization. So in the king's court in Israel, there were all sorts of people because Israel was a melting pot in some sense. Alexandria, the north of Egypt there, you had the whole area of the pyramids and so on. So many Egyptians and Africans went to Israel, and many Israelites went to Egypt, the area of the Fertile Crescent there, where civilization first developed ever. Yeah, and you know, for when we were growing up in the 70s, the Rastas said that Jesus studied in Africa. He went to Africa, and that's the many years that are unaccounted for the life of Jesus. And I remember as boys, as Catholics, we laughed at that and we scoffed at it, you know. But that is not far-fetched at all, because you have before you had Alexandria and that whole area there, where many Israelites scholars went to learn and to develop themselves. So it's not far-fetched at all that Jesus could have been to Egypt. And we know the story of Jesus and Mary and Joseph going down to Egypt when Caesar Augustus wanted to find Jesus.
You think
to kill him? You know,
Father, you think the church would be happy that you're saying that?
Well, you see, it depends on what you call the church. We like to think of the church as the hierarchy. Now, the Second Vatican Council, which lasted from 1962 to 1965, councils of the church and the entire church is not something that is held regularly. The last council before that was in 1865. That's when a lot of revolutionary moves were made by the church. They stopped speaking Latin and so on and so forth. 100,000 priests left the priesthood at the time. They couldn't cope with the great changes of the church. That council continues to be, the documents of that council continues to be the constitution, the governing laws of our church. And the council says the church is the people of God. But unfortunately, when we say the church, we think of the hierarchy. And the hierarchy goes on calm. I will die one day, and my generation of priests will die. The church remains. The church is the people of God. And so that's a conception, a misconception that I would like to clarify. we like to think of the church as the hierarchy. So, of course, some parts of the hierarchy may not like it, but it is the truth. So, what is wrong about saying it? And we must grow up. We must stop treating the people of God as infantiles. You know, when we were growing up, they told us that, you know, you dropped from the sky as a child. And I remember my parents never told me I dropped from the sky as a child, but I did not believe my parents had sex at all. I felt that was a very nasty thing. Well, that's what you were made to believe. So I did not. I remember in Standard 4, there was a guy 4 years older than me. In Standard 4, I was 9 years. He was 30. His name is Ronald. He has died. May his soul rest in peace. He said, Gerard, you think you come out from the sky, you drop out from the sky, you think your mother and your father didn't have sex to have you? Well, I said to myself, I know I didn't drop from the sky, but mommy and daddy definitely did not have sex to have me. And I remember at 7 or 8 years old, I believe going into 8 years old, my brother asked mommy at table at night, you know, we sat together and had dinner. The entire family, daddy, that was the only opportunity. We were going to school, so it was the only opportunity to sit at table and have dinner together. And we did that every night. And after dinner was over, you know, we will be sitting there giggling, laughing, talking. Sometimes mommy and daddy speaking a little patois, a little creole and so on. And my brother, my eldest brother, asked mommy, what is sex? He was very innocent. And mommy said, mommy didn't answer him. She watched him a very cross-eyed, and she quarreled the hell with him for having asked. Now, I suspected the teacher was probably doing family life education and didn't even know how to talk about it. So told the parents to go and ask, tell the children to ask their parents. But mommy turned all sorts of different colors in there because she couldn't explain it. And daddy was there with his hand on his head, you know, just watching around like that. You know, the cross daddy was there. So she couldn't talk about sex. So are we going to go back to the days of those days? People in the church are adults. They have experienced all sorts of experiences in the world. This has brought life to them, has brought light to their lives, you know. And we must not in church continue to treat people as if they are children, and not even children to be treated as that. We must find childish ways to explain the faith for children, but we must not tell them lies.
Now, you went to the grammar school. You passed your common entrance, you are now into grammar school. Give us the experience of grammar school.
Right, so we call it secondary school. Grammar school was a term for older days for us in Grenada in my time. It was a great experience. I always liked learning new things, and I was very fascinated with being part of a secondary school. I took to my education very well, both in primary and secondary school. As a matter of fact, my eldest brother, who is 4 years older than me, they would have gone to secondary school quite a bit before me. But when they were studying 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning, I will not go to sleep. I am going to be there with them. So it was a wonderful experience. Parents didn't have to tell me to take up my book and if I had homework. They just simply didn't have to do that. We were disciplined. We went at our books night after night. And during the summer holidays, we went at our books. During the Easter time, when we were preparing for exams, we We went up in the forest. There is a forested piece of area close to us. We'd go up there with our books and we would break leaves and make seats and make bed cushions that we will sit and study for hours on ending while we enjoy the cool of the day in the forest and the beautiful scenic ocean that we could overlook. It was a good experience. In Form 4, I became president of the Students' Council, and at the time there was a National Student Council, which included basically all the secondary schools throughout the island. So I got to know a lot of new people and to be involved in a national organization. And it was some experience in leadership at the time.
Did that prepare you to be a priest? Just being the president of your school, did it prepare you to be in leadership or playing leadership role, especially being a priest?
I would say so. I mean, as your program itself denotes, the Lakou, the yard, the ethos out of which we issue is so important. I have told people in recent times, and it's a fact, that the fight in me has a lot to do with the position I was in the family. I was the last and still the last. And if there was a family conversation and I tried to get in my 2 pence, literally the entire family told me at different times, this one today, this 2 today, this 3 today, this 1 tomorrow, will tell me, shut my mouth. I am stupid. I'm always talking stupidness. Now, I defied this idea that I am stupid, and I felt that I had a voice. I had to have a view. I was entitled to a view. I had a right to have a view. And so I found myself arguing with different family members. And you may say arguing, but reasoning. I mean, scripture says in Isaiah, come, let us reason. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be white as wool. So God wants to reason with us. God just does not give us laws and okay, you have to keep this law and you have to keep that law. God reasons with his people. So why shouldn't we be able to reason with one another? In fact, that's one of the greatest faculties that God has given us, the power of reason. And that is often said to differentiate us from animals. They say animals have instincts, but we have reason. Come, let us reason. So I think I got my voice by being stubborn, if you like, but not in a bad sense. I was not doing anything wrong. I was standing for what I believe. I was expressing my point of view like everyone else. And that was that. So you ask about leadership. So I was simultaneously involved in leadership in a little community group of boys that lasted over 10 years. It was called the Conference Association of Youths. We did everything from building outside kitchens for old poor ladies, widows, to getting scores of latrines and installing them in houses in the lower part of my area, the La Poetry. I mean, we did everything. We kept the drains in the community clean. We had um, we provided in the clubhouse. We provided for the school children and try to encourage them to study, to come out to study in the clubhouse and help them with their schoolwork and so on and so forth. And that organization was just community based. We just formed ourselves together and lasted for 10 years. We brought water to a preschool that was like a quarter mile away. The poor lady who was the teacher at the school had to draw water for a quarter mile every morning. So that kind of thing, that kind of community involvement would have been part of my life.
Any intention at that time to be a politician or a priest?
The amazing thing is that I always wanted to be a priest. You know, I like economics. Like many things, I like politics. I like many things, but it was always my intention to be a priest.
So here you are now. You're through with grammar school, college. What did you do? Did you go to?
So we didn't. We
sixth
had
form?
a college, one college, and it was located in St. George's, and my family couldn't afford to send me. So when I finished secondary school, I started to look for work, and my first job was in 1983, January, at the single radio station in Grenada. It was called Radio Free Grenada, RFG. So I got some training in journalism for a while and began a journalistic career at the RFG, Radio Free Grenada. And it lasted until October with the demise of the revolution.
And so being trained journalist, you would have had to be part and parcel of this guy. You see him on screen, right?
Yeah.
Right.
You see how I'm smiling.
You would have had to be part and parcel of the ideology of Maurice Bishop.
Yeah.
Is that right to say?
Yes. The revolution was a very popular revolution. And that's why the United States could not have invaded Grenada prior to the dispute in the party. Now, I always have an independent mind. So there was the National Youth Organization to which a lot of youths belonged. I was not part of that because I always wanted to retain my independence. There was the People's Militia. Many young people like myself were involved in militias across the island. I was not involved in that as well. But by and large, I was sold on the progressive ideas of the revolution. Many of them, of those ideas, basically all of them, were thought to have emerged out of an assembly, youth assembly in the Catholic Church. It was called Assembly 78, where the young people of Grenada met, and I think it was over a period of time, and they were looking at Grenada from a social and political perspective. And so they were talking about equality and justice, economic justice, and legal justice, and so on and so forth. And many of the tenets of the revolution are believed to have come from that movement, or what the revolution would have postulated was coincidentally a lot of what came out of Assembly 78. So any young, conscious-minded person will have most likely favored the revolution because we saw how the revolution transformed lives. So, for example, I already said that it brought universal secondary education. We did not have to pay $38.50 every term for our tuition at school, which was a lot and which deprived a lot of poor people from being able to attend school. The revolution literally feed people. A lot of children were suffering from malnutrition. They got a lot of milk, monthly or fortnightly milk was distributed. There was a lot that happened in the area of education of the illiterate. There are many people I was involved in it. It was called the CPE, the Center for Popular Education, wherein people who couldn't read and write learned to read and write, and semi-illiterates were improved. And it was a massive program across the country that made the country far more literate. I can't remember the figures, but the literacy level in Grenada improved tremendously. Wherever you were on the line of continuum, you were given an opportunity to learn and increase your knowledge. The revolution, brought massive economic benefits to the country. I mean, your Prime Minister Eugenia Charles and people like Tom Adams in Barbados were furious because Grenada had learned how to draw down money from the IMF and the World Bank and so on and so forth. You know, our Minister of Finance, Bernard Code, had 21 economists working under him. He was not micromanaging the economy. He had very qualified people from the World Bank and so on, Grenadians, Trinidadians, Caribbean people, and so on, who will come on a weekend and do a lot of work for Grenada. So there was tremendous benefits to the jealousy of neighboring islands that the revolution brought to Grenada. So I was definitely a supporter of the revolution.
So you would have been at high school during the period of the revolution. That's Tuesday morning. Give me your views. Though you said that you were not involved in the whole politics of the revolution, but eventually it was sold to you. But what was your view as a young student in grammar school?
Well, I went, prior to the revolution, there were two major parties. The GULP, the Grenada United Labour Party, led by Eric Gary, and the GNP, the Grenada National Party, led by Hubbard Blaise, who later became Prime Minister after the invasion. Then the New Jewel movement was formed, I think, in 1972. And my sister, who was very politically active, and our home was a very political home. We had a party support group that met at my home, Daddy being the president of the party support group of the GNP. But my sister sold the New Jewel movement to the family, so we became supporters of the New Jewel movement. So on the morning of the revolution, I went to school, and when I got to the junction to get a ride or a bus to go to school, found out that there was a revolution. I ran back home, changed my clothes, and got back to the junction, got on some little pickup truck and went around the island So I was somehow involved in those forces that were getting police stations to surrender and so on. I remember Grand Roy very vividly there, and the police officers had given up and removed their clothing from themselves. So, and we went on to the radio station where Maurice Bishop gave the first national address. And for the next 2 weeks, I was something of a militia, although I never learned to use rifles properly. I used them. I was at the only airport which was close to home every night because we kept vigil, because in the air at the time the revolution in its early stages felt there was an imminent danger that Grenada could be invaded. After 2 weeks, I donned my gun and I went back to school.
Wow. I'm sure that the Grenadians who are listening and looking are hearing some of what you're saying for the very first time.
Yeah, I was a very reserved person, so I don't know who will remember that. Maybe one or two guys, maybe they have migrated. A lot of guys went to Trinidad and to Canada and to the States ever since. But I would have been one of the low-key guys involved. I say after that, I was not involved in the militia. I followed up the politics of the revolution very closely, and in fact, international politics.
What role would Peter David play during that period? I know that he was in Canada, came back to be involved in the media. What role would he have played?
Peter David played a big role. I think he was on the central committee of the New Jewel movement. I met him back there about 1982 at some meeting at the primary school I went to. So, but he had a huge role in the revolution. He was into media as well. So he had some position in the media. I don't remember exactly what, but he was overall in charge of the radio station. And well, it was the radio station at the time. It was a single radio station.
Very interesting. You after you left high school, you went to you didn't go to the college, You went to work.
That's right.
That's right. So
not only went to work, he went and worked for the New Jewel Movement radio station.
Right.
Someone is on the line. Let's see what that person. Let's take that call quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening. I've been listening to a very interesting discussion there from Father Gerard Paul. In fact, I've been following for the last couple of weeks a little, some of the proceedings in Grenada with his suspension, which has been suspended. Father, of course, I like your positive approach and the way in which you bring out the message, but some people tend to believe that you're radical priest because you're wearing the earring and you're talking about, the church should say a little more. Sometimes people describe you as very combative. But what I wanted to ask you, I think I heard you, I follow you your program almost every week on different interviews on the TV in Grenada. And in fact, I even asked a local priest here, what they feel about the whole thing. But what I wanted to ask you, I think I heard you about 2 or 3 weeks ago said that you do not say Lord to anybody except Jesus Christ, Lord. But how do you feel now as a priest when people call you Father? Of course, I love your philosophy. You're to the modern priest. You're somebody who, in modern time, you are broken out from the old traditional way where Catholics believe, well, because you're a priest, you cannot speak out about, a lot of things. I like your kind of approach. But how do you feel? Like, I think if I'm right, you said you do not call nobody Lord except Jesus Christ. Of course, you have your Lordship and so on. And then, but people still call you Father. So how do you describe that? I can say a lot more, but I won't take more
Very
time.
interesting point.
Thank you.
Very interesting point. I'll attempt to answer your question. Now, the bishop is referred, bishops are referred to as my Lord. Okay? There was a time when you meet the bishop and you went down on your knees and kissed his ring. Everybody did that as a matter of course. Nobody does that any longer. Hardly anybody does that. And it's just something personal that, you know, the term Lord is a feudal term. And that's where it emanated from, feudalism. And I do not subscribe to the idea of calling somebody my Lord. I reserve that only for Jesus Christ. Now, the gentleman quite wisely compares that and asks me the question that priests are called fathers, are referred to as father, and people have been calling me father for more than 30 years. The difference, though, is that father denotes leader, denotes pastor. So when Jesus says, call no man father, now some people take that very literally and take it out of context, because that same text says, call no man teacher, call no man a rabbi. You have only one teacher. He's the Christ. Does that mean that we all of a sudden call nobody teacher? No. If you look at the context of that particular text, I think it's found in Matthew. He says the scribes and the Pharisees, they like to take the place of honor at banquets, and they like to be greeted obsequiously in the marketplace and be called rabbi. Rabbi means teacher. So call no one teacher. And Jesus didn't literally mean that you must call no one teacher. He obviously meant that it was directed at these rabbis who taught of themselves. He said they were wearing broader and broader phylacteries and longer tassels. The tassel is the cord that you tie around your waist. So they were really making a show of being a rabbi. The phylactery was a box that they carried on the side of their waist with scripture quotations. So they were wearing broader and broader phylacteries, longer and longer tassels, and having people call them rabbi. They demanded that they call them rabbi. I don't demand that anybody call me father. If people call me Jerry, that's fine, once you don't disrespect me. People call me Mr. Paul, people call me whatever. So that's the idea behind. So the word father means a father. You must be a father to the flock. Today, we have the story of the good shepherd. Jesus said, I am the good shepherd. I know my flock, and my flock knows me. I care for my flock. I tend to my flock. And that's what it means. A pastor and a priest is one who tends to the people of God and tends to their every need. I'm not saying that we can physically provide every need, but care for the needs of our people, care for our people in their every situation, including economic situation, including social situation. People are deprived in so many ways. There is so much violence in the family, in the community. The pastor needs to care for people in all of those situations. And that's why the priest is referred to as Father. Of course, often we are like the scribes and Pharisees. We like to be greeted Father. We like to wear our collar and our long gowns and we in a standoffish manner from the community. No, we must roll up our sleeves and get our hands dirty in the marketplace of life.
Wow, Father, you are really and truly a rebel in your statements.
No. I mean, he had the early training.
But
Remember,
that's not really rebellion. That's the teaching of the church. If you look at the church has a huge book of social teaching referred to the Bible of social teaching. If you listen to that, if you follow that, you will think it's communism. But we're not following it. We're not following it. We're not listening to it. When in Exodus chapter 3, we're told that the Lord heard the cries of the people and he stooped down from heaven. Now, the Greeks referred to God as the unmoved mover, this powerful, mighty king who sits in his seat and moves everything and is not moved. That text and the Old Testament story gives a completely different picture of God. God is moved to compassion. Compassio, the Latin for compassion, to suffer with. That's why Jesus came and suffered on a cross, because that's the greatest identification you can have with a people. The most common denominator in the lives of every nation, every individual, every family would have experienced suffering. So Jesus wanted to show total solidarity with us all. And that's the kind of God we have.
Okay, let's go back now to our discussion that we had in reference to Maurice Bishop and the Grenada Revolution, the New Jewel movement. You worked at the radio station. Many times you would have heard statements from Maurice Bishop, who I believe your family, yourself would have been very close to. In that same sentiment, in those early days, there was Arafat, who Maurice Bishop himself admired and felt that it was important for the liberation of the people of Palestine. Looking back at your statement, reference the church and its guidance to Israel and Hamas. Do you believe that that statement that you would have made came from the belief of that of Maurice Bishop and that of the people who are more or less a socialist?
What statement did I make? I can't remember.
In reference to the church, guiding the church in reference to Hamas and Israel.
So I did not speak to Hamas directly. What I said was that the church was very mute in responding to the atrocities, the genocide, the extermination of peoples. I don't know what you're calling Hamas. Israel identifies every Palestinian as a member of Hamas. Benny Gantz, the defense minister, and even the prime minister, Netanyahu, referred in the very, very early days of October 7th, referred to the people of Gaza as human animals, two-footed animals. So if you call somebody an animal, then you can treat them like an animal. Now it's sad that Israel that experienced a Holocaust could come to do the same thing to the Palestinians, but that's nothing new. They've been doing it since 1948. Since 1948, they exterminated, they raised from the face of the earth 445 villages in Israel, Palestinian villages. Now the Palestinians allowed them to settle down side by side with them at the turn of the century. But they were playing a game with them. They were buying out lands and they were encroaching on them. And eventually, what was referred to as the Nakma. The Nakma took place in 1948, where they exterminated all of these people, and the United Nations one-sidedly voted to give the Israelite population, much smaller than the Palestinian population, much more of the land. And they kept on encroaching and encroaching, and they kept on doing it. Then you fast forward to 1967, the Arab-Israeli War. That again was an excuse for Israel to steal a lot of Palestinian lands, and even the Golden Heights and parts of the Sheba farms in Lebanon, and so on and so forth, taking parts of Egypt. The Gaza, I think, was belonging to Egypt. I'm not sure. I'm a little confused now. They take parts of Jordan as well. Just stealing lands all the time. You fast forward to 1982, when Ariel Sharon went into southern Lebanon, the army general, he and his troops went there and saw the Christian phalangists killed thousands of Palestinians in camp, unarmed people, at Shabra, Shatila, and Bruges Barrage. That's when the PLO moved to the West Bank to set up shop. They just kill the people in droves. And that's what they keep doing over and over and over and over again. You fast forward to 2006, the invasion of southern Lebanon again. Hezbollah beat them that time though, but they didn't leave without having wrecked the people and killed people in their thousands. And then the people come to live. The people living in the Gaza Strip were people exterminated in 1948 and 1967, and more added to them in 1982. They live in packs on a little place the size of Grenada, over 2 million people, 2.2, 2.3 million people. And every now and again, every few years, Israel will come and kill a whole lot of young people, and it was called the mowing of the lawn. You have grass growing in your lawn. Anytime you get too big, you cut it down. And that's what they did, and kept doing it every few years. Every few years. Operation Iron Shield and all kind of the fancy names they call it. But they just kill a whole lot of people, and the world looks on. The world looks on. You talk about Arafat. Arafat is not a hero of mine. Arafat signed the Oslo Accords, which was a betrayal of the Palestinian cause, in my view. Okay? And so Israel continues to violate the accord and continue with settlements in the West Bank. Thousands of settlements, hundreds of thousands there. In the West Bank, there is apartheid, because apartheid is a system, as was in South Africa, where people live in the same spot of land, but they are divided so that they're completely different standards of life. If you are in the West Bank, you're like in New York City, in the parts for the Israelites. That's where you have the fantastic highways and so on and so forth. But side by side, the Palestinians are living in abject poverty. And so what happened on October 7th was that young men broke out of the jail, the big jail called the Gaza Strip. If you are a young man in the Gaza Strip, all you do all your life is to walk up and down the Gaza Strip. You can't fish in the seas, okay? You can't, after Hamas won the election in 2006, an election that was governed by the United Nations. The Jimmy Carter Foundation was there. The elections were quite fair and free. Once Hamas won, and Hamas won because they were an organization that was taking care of the people. They did that. That's what they did. And once they won the election, sanctions were immediately imposed on Gaza by Israel, by Germany, by the United States, by these powers, and Israel policed Gaza to a T, in that they decided how many calories the Gazan people will get. So that things like chocolate and things for children and so on, they can't get it. They don't get medicine for cancer and so on and so forth. You know, this is what was done to the Jews in the ghettos. Whenever Germany took over a country, Poland or wherever, they would eventually round up the Jews, put them in ghettos, and feed them on a very ration diet, a starvation diet. That is what was done to the people of Gaza. So on October 7th, these young men broke from the prison and went into the West Bank and so on. And they didn't just murder people as we were told. The truth is coming out now. They took hostages. First of all, they took over army camps and so on and so forth. And of course, some of them would have died in the process. Some army people would have died in the process. Well, we now know, and that's testimony from Israelites, Israeli people who were held hostages, that many of the people who died because when the Israeli troops came in, they just killed everybody. There is a woman and her daughter, the only survivors in their home, who gives testimony to that. They just blast the home and killed everybody. And that is part of what the Israelites call, the Zionists call the Dahida principle. And I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that word correctly, but that came about in Lebanon in 2006. They prefer to kill 100 Israeli soldiers. The Israeli soldiers, the army commander will command them to kill 100 soldiers rather than one or two being captured and probably get some intelligence information, or they've been used to bargain for the return of Gazan prisoners. Just young men that they just pick up and put in jail forever. Young men. I mean, that's what Israel is. I forget how they call it. In the Intifada, the first and second Intifada, which were very, very peaceful things. These people were just going up to the wall and demonstrating. And the worst offenses committed were by children pelting stones at armored cars and tanks. Completely harmless. You know what is the punishment for that? The Israelites will hold these children and break their legs with stones. That's what they did. Break thousands upon thousands of children's legs. Take their time and broke their legs with stones. So the violence there is not new. So they like to speak about Hamas this and Hamas that. But that's what Hamas has done is a joke. Is a joke. It's prisoners. It's like when in the United States and in the Caribbean, slaves break free and kill a few white people. That's what happened on the 7th of October. And we see the devastation that was wreaked after.
And you felt,
continues.
And you felt as a priest that this is beyond genocide, and you felt it was important that the church address it. And when we speak of the church in this case, it's not about the members, but we're speaking about the administration of the church from Rome. And we felt that you felt that they should speak about it, and you made that statement. Were you disappointed in the church not giving you that support?
I don't expect support from the hierarchy of the church. The hierarchy of the church is very conservative. People think in terms of survival, and the way in which the church is run generally, and I can speak for Grenada, and I believe many of the islands, is in terms of patronage. So you be a good boy and you get some crumbs from the master's table. You get some position and you get some stripes on your side. So I didn't expect support, but what I certainly didn't expect is to be suspended, because I have seen many people, many clergymen condemn and criticize very strongly the atrocities being conducted by Israel, and have criticized the church for failing to be a real voice. I can give you one example, one comparative example that I use. The Pope, the present Pope, and I happen to like him, Francis, came out with a document some time ago, I think it's over a year now, wherein he's asking priests and ministers and so on, pastors, to bless same-sex couples. Now, this is utterly a very controversial thing and very, very unpopular as far as I can see. The African bishops came out in a document strongly condemning the Pope's position. Now, he has the power to suspend them, but I don't know he's so foolish to suspend them. Anyhow, the Pope puts his neck on the block for that document, as unpopular as it is in the world. Has he done the same thing for Gaza? He would have made a couple lame statements. One in the earlier part, I know he gave a Christmas message where he barely mentioned Gaza and Ukraine. In other words, if you stand up and see somebody beating somebody with a piece of wood for hours, and you would not cry out, you would not make a phone call, you will not make noises to get that person released from these deadly blows that he's getting or she's getting, to me, you are complicit. We cannot be quiet in the face of this kind of violence. We cannot be quiet in the face of genocide. And the church and the Pope remains a huge moral voice in the world. So are we behaving like the German Chancellor and Baerbock, the foreign minister, and are we behaving like the French in a little way, say, oh no, Israel shouldn't hit them so hard, but at the same time supplying them with bombs? like Biden, who is giving them 2,000 pound bombs. Of course, we are not giving bombs. I'm not making that comparison. But I'm simply saying we should be shouting from the top of our voices that this must end. And we are not doing it. We are not doing it. I never heard the bishops in the Caribbean. They are called the AEC, the Antilles Episcopal Conference. I never heard them put out a statement on Gaza. The bishop in Grenada, I never heard him say anything. Now, sometimes these people claim to have said things, but like in the case of the Pope, during the earlier part of the year in January and February, I was in Antigua, I was in London, I was in Dubai, and I'm hearing people talking about where I don't know people. I'm hearing people talking about this document that the Pope has put out, the same-sex marriage, not same-sex marriage, sorry, I'm very sorry. Not same-sex marriage, but blessing same-sex couples. People are furious about that around the world and talking about that because they know the Pope is standing for it. But nobody talking about what the Pope said. Nobody knows the Pope say anything because he has been pretty mute. And so many of our church leaders around the world, around the Caribbean, and right here in Grenada.
I want to find out from you whether or not you were satisfied after you make that statement. I think the Archbishop M would have made a statement. I want to find out from you whether you were satisfied with Mauser's statement after you made that statement.
No, I'm not aware of his statement. I don't know what he said.
No, he didn't make a statement.
Well, I think I saw an interview of Mauser.
Who's the Bishop of Grenada?
The Bishop of Grenada is
from Trinidad?
Yes, he's from Trinidad.
Yeah, Clyde Harvey.
Clyde Harvey.
Yeah, it's not Marseille.
No, Marseille did make an interview was done with Marseille.
But Harvey that made.
And in that interview, I if my memory serves me right, is not in total support of Father Paul. So I just wanted to find out from him. I'll try to get that insert.
Well, I know it's Harvey.
But Harvey came in after.
But Harvey was a radical himself.
Mm-hmm.
I know, for instance, Harvey was a very radical man, especially in the area of Trinidad. Mm-hmm. So I can't understand why he's behaving like that, no. I know he was a radical himself. Because I've been reading up on...
Let me tell you something. 20-something years ago, a white American was appointed Archbishop of Trinidad and Tobago.
Panting.
And Clyde Harvey opposed it publicly. He went to all the newspaper demonstrations, all sorts of things. This is an appointment of the Pope, an appointment of the Vatican. He was very strong against it. On the day of the consecration of the Archbishop, he did not join the procession of bishops and priests. He came through the back door of the church, inside the church. He entered the sanctuary through a back door. So I don't know who he thinks he is. He can protest, he can say what he wants, but Jerry is nobody. Nobody else must speak. This is foolish. I have been here a priest 30 years. All my life, I have given up a lot for what I believe and continue to believe. I have served my people with all my heart, and I have always spoken my mind, and I will always speak my mind.
I'm looking for that thing from
Marseille. I don't think he has.
I tell you, I'm not asking you.
Did he speak?
Just hold on. He had an interview in Grenada.
There was a stunning moment at
just
a
hold
Holy Week Catholic service in Grenada this week, where a priest took to the pulpit to lament what he sees as the church's silence on the Israeli genocide in Gaza. And then for the Bishop of St. George's to right after call the utterances of Father Gerard Paul a diatribe. Watchers say it was an unprecedented open clash between a bishop and a priest in Grenada. Father Paul, long seen as a nonconformist, earring-wearing, jab-playing radical local priest, rebuked his own church on the issue of Gaza and expressed disappointment that at a retreat of local pastors recently, Bishop Clyde Harvey had failed to have mentioned or addressed the issue of the situation in Gaza.
Call upon the church today to get its freedom and get its voice and speak up for justice.
Calling the situation in Gaza a whole-scale slaughter of Palestinians and Muslims, Father Paul said his Christian church must speak up.
We cannot rightly ever preach the gospel if we do not stand for justice. It's time the Catholic Church stand for justice. It's time we hear the voices of the pastors of the church. We hear the voices of the priest. We hear the voices of the bishop. We hear the voices of the archbishops. We hear the voices of the Pope standing for justice. When you stand in silence, when you sit in silence, you are part of the injustice. In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy.
The priest was immediately rebuked by Bishop Harvey.
I was inclined to say nothing because the Eucharist is not a place to divide us. But
he defended the church's history in standing up for justice everywhere.
We all stand up for justice. How we stand up for justice depends on our insights, how we see things.
Bishop Harvey accused his own priest of not speaking the truth on the matter.
Not true to say that the clergy of this diocese went on a retreat and did not think about Gaza. That is just not true. And I want that to be made clear. I don't hold Father Jerry accountable for what he does not know. He was not there every day, every hour, every mass of the retreat as far as I remember.
The retiring bishop said he had mixed feelings about what had taken place on the pulpit.
I'm not too sure how I feel about this moment. Part of me says it's good to have the church experiencing this. Another part of me says this was meant to be a... And I did not give Father Jerry permission to say what he said.
You heard that? The bishop said he didn't give you any permission for that. Did he have to give you any permission?
No, I don't need. Let me tell you something. In our church, yes, protocol demands that in a big mass, you would always go to the celebrant and say, I want to say some words about this, that, or the other. But I don't think it was necessary that I go and ask for permission to see what I said. I mean, you're talking about children, babies, old people, their homes being bombed. I need permission to say something about that? I don't need permission to say anything. I don't need permission. Then he says the Eucharist is not a place to divide people. Well, I don't know what is divisive about what I said. You see, the thing is that this kind of lamby-pamby Christianity where we love to condemn people who involve in adultery and fornication and this kind of thing we like to do. But the real sins that are taking place, the real sins of injustice, we don't talk about it. We don't criticize it. And we say the Mass is too holy a place to talk about these things. That is abject foolishness. And Clyde Harvey ought to know better than that. For over 10 years, when I became a priest, we journeyed around the Caribbean every year having theological conferences. And Clyde Harvey pretending to present radical papers, And now he's the greatest of conservatives. And that's why when people say Clyde Harvey was a radical too, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I know as people grow older, we tend to become more conservative. You know, and yeah, that is one can say that's a tendency. But to move from
so Father,
extreme,
sorry to break you, but
No problem.
the statement from Archbishop Gabriel Mauser, listen to this.
Welcome back to The Narrative. I'm your storyteller, Callistra Farrier. Well, a conversation that started in St. George's is probably resonating around the world, given the nature of the conversation. When Father Gerard Paul took to the altar at Chrism Mass in St. George's to criticize the church for not being vocal enough on the Palestinian Gaza genocide by Israel, he got a lot of attention. Some agreed with him, some didn't. There's a big question about whether or not it was the right time and place for Father Paul to behave that way, as well as the fact that he remains within the church but seems to have been silent among his community and chose to go public with his dissatisfaction in the way the church has been handling or not handling the matter. But I'm joined on the program now by Archbishop Gabriel Mauser, Archbishop of Castries. He has overall oversight of Grenada as well, to ask him about the church's position on the Gaza crisis and what the church is doing and the position that the church has been taking in this matter. I will also speak to him about the responsibility of priests in the matter of obedience and the vows that they have taken. Welcome to the program, Archbishop Mauser.
Thank you very much, Callistra.
It's good to have you on. It's good to have you on The Narrative. So, fair or unfair comments, is the church a bit too quiet, or are we just not seeing or hearing what the church is doing, but the church is doing on that particular matter involving Gaza?
I mean, everyone would know that the church has always dealt with social issues, current issues that are affecting the world and the region and locally. But the magnitude with which one deals with this situation is relative. And there are various means by which we deal with situations that are happening around the world. We have the situation of Haiti. We have the situation of various parts of the world. I mean, we could do that through our prayers in the church. We could do that during our sermons, our homilies. We can make reference to the ills of the world. So to say that the church is not dealing with the issue, I don't think it is correct. Now, if one is seeking to have a loudspeaker to go about saying that, okay, we denounce the situation in Gaza, we denounce, it may not be something that will move the needle. I think the question of us conscientizing our people as to what is happening in the world, it is our duty, definitely. And I think the church is doing that. By this, I'm not saying that it is doing so sufficiently, but I think it is doing that.
So, do you think that maybe Father Paul was being a bit disingenuous when he chose Chrism Mass in the environment of unity and renewal of the church to level those charges of the church, when in his own comments that he made, he talked about an event that he had been in, and he chose not to speak there? In an interview with me, he said that he chose not to say anything at that time, but then went public in that matter. Is that does that seem odd for a priest to handle the situation?
Certainly. I mean, I saw the interview, and I saw the not the interview, but the statement that he made, and the moment that I had a Chrism Mass myself. I couldn't see that it would be a place of a priest to stand up and make an announcement at this time. It is really a moment that the bishop calls his priests together, and they renew their promises, the promises that they made at the ordination, and the promises to renew their vows to God. That's the moment for that. But I didn't think it was the right place for such a comment. Really, that's my opinion.
If it was your priest, a priest in somewhere in Grosile or somewhere like that, who did that, what would you do?
I don't know. I would deal with it accordingly.
Apart from praying about it.
I would deal with it. I would certainly deal with it. If it is something that needed to be sanctioned, I would deal with it accordingly.
Because priests have taken a vow of obedience. Do you think that this vow was broken in the manner in which this Grenada situation played out?
I don't want to just give my opinion on how this particular things played out. I think the local bishop has the prerogative to deal with a situation that arises in his diocese in the way that he sees fit, and I think Bishop Clyde Harvey is well placed to do that, to take a decision on the matter if he sees it requires this or that particular decision.
That's what I meant, Father, in reference to the interview that was done with Archbishop Mauzet, and he sent it back to the bishop rather than he taking a position. How did you feel about that?
Yeah, well, I think it's a cop-out, It's easy to condemn me doing that. It's just amazing. People are being killed the very moment we are having mass. But you can't talk about it. It's the wrong place. In Gaza, in Bethlehem, they did not celebrate the birth of Christ. They did not celebrate the birth of Christ because of the carnage. They took the church in Bethlehem and the pastor in Bethlehem took the decision that we can't celebrate the birth of Christ in these circumstances. But here we are, we're doing a nice little ritual, man. Don't mess up with it, And, we always defending the church.
Why were you not at the retreat, Father, as you heard earlier
on? I don't know. There were two retreats. I think he was referring to a retreat held in about November, about 3 weeks into the Gaza story. Now, I was at the retreat. I did not attend the entire retreat. I do not know if you are aware. I am a businessman. I manage the foremost and biggest private health clinic in Grenada. We were the first to have CT scans and MRI, and we're still the only institution with an MRI. We do laboratory. Our laboratory has been accredited to ISO standards. I believe would be the first in the Eastern Caribbean. We provide a doctor service, and we have a few centers around the island. We opened one in Carrickwood, a sister island, the bigger sister island, in January. So I'm taken up in a lot of activities, a lot of community activities, as a matter of fact. Recently, 5 houses burnt, and I have been and continue to be involved in that. 5 houses burnt in one area. So I'm involved in a lot of community things, So very often when the retreats take place, I do not go to the entire retreat. But I was there for half days for 3 of the days, and not a mention was made of Gaza, not even in prayer. I prayed for Gaza every time I went to Mass. I prayed aloud, nobody else. And I never heard anybody in a conversation. I cannot understand that. In those early days of Gaza, I couldn't eat normally. Because every time for me to eat, I'm thinking about the people in Gaza don't get no food. And we were eating and drinking business as usual, dessert and seconds and thirds. Nobody's business. Nobody engaged in a conversation I overheard or directly. So I'm not saying that absolutely no conversation took place as Clyde Harvey is reporting. I am saying that this was such a matter, it blows my mind that that was not topical around table, around lunch, around breakfast. And I was around lunch every day. I was there, but we came in a nice spiritual thing. Gaza must not interfere with that.
Let me just play another insert that was of last week when you were first suspended. Just listen to this.
Vowed to pull out of an agreement with his church if a public statement issued on the weekend following mediations is not updated to state that his suspension has been put on hold. Tahira Burke sets up the story tonight. In this, radical Grenadian Catholic priest, Father Gerard Paul, has vowed sets up the story tonight in this extended report.
Sunday Mass at Riverside Catholic Church in rural St. Patrick was always going to be different. Since parish priest Father Gerard Paul was suspended from priestly duties a week earlier, he seemed headed for a full-on clash with his bishop, Clyde Harvey. He was adamant that he will return in spite of the order.
Be here. Where else will I be? I have been for 30 years every Sunday with a few exceptions.
Amidst the specter, Bishop Harvey retorted,
"Do not go down that road. It is a road of no return."
Then in come former Grenada Attorney General Dr. Francis Alexis, who at the 11th hour on Saturday invited the parties to mediation. The result, an agreement. The official mediator's statement said an agreement was reached to promote harmony in the Catholic Church in Grenada. It also said that there will be a cooling off period for 2 weeks and that neither should make statements, to quote directly, not in the best interest of the church. The statement had said a replacement priest, Father Carl Haynes, will conduct the Sunday service, while Father Paul was allowed to be in the sanctuary. This was carried out, but in addressing his congregation at the end of the service, Father Paul said the statement had failed to report that his suspension was put on hold. He warned that if it was not adjusted, he will pull out of the entire agreement.
A press release went out, and it said nothing about the fact that the suspension has been suspended. And I was protesting this morning to the leader of the little committee, the mediation group, that this is a major omittance. You cannot, everything that we did yesterday, what brought us there was the fact that I was suspended according to the bishop. That's what brought us there. So you have to say what has been reached in the agreement. I'm sure you have been confused this morning. You see me there, you don't know what I'm doing there. If I'm pushing myself there, you don't know what's happening. It ought to be known that the suspension is suspended. I am not the one to be defending that and be saying that to everybody. It has to be said by the committee. And I say, if it is not said, if it is not included in the press release, I will remove myself from this agreement.
What do you mean when you said that you remove yourself from this agreement? What did you mean by that?
Well, I no longer be part of the agreement. And that was clearly understood because by the evening time, early evening, they had sent out another press release to include the fact that the suspension was suspended, and sent me a copy of that. Yeah.
I was told that you came from Karuku and you received something on Saturday night. How factual is that?
Yeah, Saturday morning.
Saturday morning. And
Yeah.
what did you make out of it?
Well, it was another letter by the bishop, which really a rehash of the same old letter, but with the addition that I have been suspended again. So that's what it was, you know.
And your suspension
Anyhow,
has a
I
date?
went to church this morning, and the priest came there, and I told him, you know, he can join me. And he sat at the back of the church, so I said Mass as usual.
You said Mass as usual, and after receiving your suspension letter yesterday, isn't that defying the church order?
You're here in the church again. Whose order? It's the order of one man who happened to be the leader of the church.
But he's the leader, and
so he could make the worst judgment, and I am supposed to follow it, and that is called obedience. In the Catholic tradition, there's a huge part of us that is belabored, the conscience. My mother used to always say, let your conscience be your guide. Not only must we allow our conscience to guide us, but we must engage deeply and sincerely in the task of the formation of our consciences. Because my conscience can tell me to kill you, and I can feel I'm so right about killing you. And I'm very wrong about that. So the formation of conscience is a huge thing. And for all of us, including all leaders.
No, but Father,
the idea that people lead like sovereigns today is over.
No, it's not about being sovereign, Father. Let's look at it in a real world. You have an institution that you are leading, and you lead an institution. There are rules and regulations, and that you should carry. And yes, you may have an opinion that the church did not or is not doing the right thing in reference to Israel and Palestine. Have you ever written to the church or to the administration of the church, to include that of the bishop, as to their position on Gaza? Did you feel it was fair to just make an open statement without they being aware or informed? Do you think that's fair to them? Do you think that's fair to the church?
Listen, when you are protesting, you don't ask permission to protest.
That's not true, Father. That's not true, Father. Even in the laws of Grenada, that
that's how the laws have evolved.
No, the laws yes, and that is why there are rules and regulations
to prevent protest.
No, not to prevent protest. Let's take for instance something. Yes, go ahead.
Germany. Let me finish that point.
Yes.
In Germany, just last Saturday, there was a Palestinian conference, well organized. All the permissions were given, and on the day of the conference, it was shut down. Just a conference, talking about Palestine. You see, the foolish thing is that we elect governments to suppress us. That's what they do.
No, I'm saying to you, if permission was given to the if permission is given to the people who were going to talk about Palestine, if permission was given by the government of Germany, and without further informing or telling the people of without telling the people of Palestine or whoever the groups were, without telling them that you're going to suspend that that rally conference. I think it is wrong. It is wrong. You cannot give permission.
So then what happens when it is wrong?
What happens when it is wrong? Not necessarily a protest. you go.
There is no recourse.
No, there should be a recourse.
That's why this whole process.
No, Father. No, Father.
Democracy is
no,
very
Father.
undemocratic.
No, Father. There should be a process that, listen, you have given me permission. I have done all of my organization, and within a short period of time, you have said to me that I can't. We should make it our business immediately to get in contact with the necessary authority as to find out why. That is when we can take a decision, and to take that decision to say, hey, we will protest or we'll go to our conference at any means. No, it's like as I was saying in terms of Grenada.
The conference was in progress.
No, that's what.
When German police came in.
Well, that's wrong.
When people were arrested at the airport who were supposed to give speech, they were even told that if you try to go Zoom or whatnot on the other, they were threatened in all sorts of ways.
So I'm saying to you, Father, that is wrong.
What happens?
So I'm saying that is wrong. That's where the protest is. That's where an immediate action will result. Because if you have given me permission, from your permission, I am in process, or not in process, but I am in my seminar, my conference, and you come in with your police and you decide to shut me down, I will have to ask you why. And right there, I can protest. But I'm saying, in your case, that's not what happened. In your case, the situation would have propelled that you would have been speaking to the people of God. And at the same time, we are talking about how we must talk about peace and justice, and Gaza came as a reference point, and you made that point. That is fine. But I'm saying that that's if you're making a reference point. And I think from there, the bishop or the archbishop should have called you in and have conversation.
He never called me in and have any conversation. Never. Not on the phone, never called me.
Well, that was wrong. That part was wrong. Because if you have made that statement, as I said, you're using Gaza as a reference point in talking about peace. Nothing wrong in doing that. And if the bishop finds that was wrong, that you would have made, or unfortunate that you would have made that statement, he should have called you in and have a conversation with you so that we can.
Yeah, but Cecil, he made the point.
Mm-hmm.
He made the point that they reached an agreement, and he's saying that from the agreement, the bishop is in charge, but he should have actually indicated to everybody that that agreement had been reached with the parties. He is saying that that was not done, and that is why he felt that he walked away from the agreement. Because if you made an agreement,
no, he said he would have walked away if they do not give any explanation.
They reached an agreement.
Yes,
and the person who has to say that an agreement was reached would be the leader of the church, the bishop.
But for the fairness to the father, he also said that it could have been
No. We have to be frank.
So let me clarify a little bit.
Leadership is important.
The agreement having been reached, a press release was supposed to be sent out. So it really wasn't the bishop's responsibility to inform the public.
It was the Attorney General, right?
The committee.
Or the committee.
What happened in the press release, the fact that the suspension was suspended, was put on hold, was not included.
Included, yes.
So that's the point there.
No,
and that's why I said if it's not included, I will withdraw from the
and yet still, when you said that, the priest did not see, or the bishop did not see the need to talk to you.
No. Well, that was quickly resolved because the Sunday morning I spoke to the head of the committee, and by Sunday evening, early Sunday evening, a new press release had gone out that included the fact that the suspension was on hold. So that wasn't a real problem.
No, Father. The Sunday last week, you moved away from the pulpit. How do you call it? Where you normally give the mass, the holy mass? How do you call it?
The sanctuary.
The sanctuary. You move from the sanctuary and you get onto among the members of the church, and you spoke to them.
Well, what it's saying there in the news release there, I just got it. The members of the congregation gathered around a table near to the exit of the church to sign the anti-Clyde Harvey. No, not this one. But I don't think in terms of the mass. Where did he hold it?
No, he didn't have a mass. I'm talking about last week Sunday, when he spoke to his congregation. I think I have some information. Let me just see if that's the right one.
I noticed this morning that the most essential point of the agreement was left out. So I haven't been able to think about to think through it thoroughly. But it's important that it be done and be done expeditiously.
He would also not get into whether it was a deliberate omission.
I hope it was an error. I cannot be. I think the people are persons of integrity, and I have no reason to suspect that there is anything that is untoward.
Father Paul appears to still have the full support of his church. A couple of people who had shown up for Mass left when they were not sure if Father Paul will be their preacher for the service. Others said they were hanging around for the service, but their ultimate reaction will be determined by what transpires. They were adamant that was their priest, and they are standing by him.
Listening to hear whosoever come in and listening to them, to hear what they have to say in behalf of Father. Father is a good man. After God, is he for us in Riverside. Because that he don't say already, I didn't come in, But afterwards, I check it and see, Father, they say he having service on the morning. So I say, let me bring myself come there. And I ask Papa God, let me have my good behavior and let the peace come inside the church. Peace be with us.
As a parishioner, I'm glad that agreement reached, because I really didn't want an escalation, in the situation. And I could testify that Father Paul is a truthful person.
Father Paul walked into the church with Father Haynes, the congregation applauding at his very appearance. The service was conducted almost entirely by Father Haynes, though Father Paul was allowed to read the gospel. The radical priest sitting in the sanctuary for most of the Mass, sometimes looking as if not sure what his role should be.
Is that true? Is that true, Father? Is that true?
No.
That you're not so sure about your role?
We had agreed that I would not take an active part. That was not a problem for me at all. That's quite in order for me.
Okay.
That's her perception.
No. You hear one of your believers said, after God is Father. How did you take that?
Well, I mean, people have their opinion, and some people are very emotional. People are touched by different people, and to me, that is neither here nor there. I mean, if I was the worst man, there's somebody's going to stand up and say the same thing about me, just the same, So it's neither here nor there. She's just giving vent to what she believes.
And it seems, Father, that you have a very good support base at your church.
Well, not only at my church, throughout the island. My estimate is that between 95 and 99% of the people are overwhelmingly supportive that I be allowed to do my practice, to do, the practice that the church has ordained me for.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the same thing around the Caribbean, and I feel the same thing around the globe. You just don't understand why you would suspend somebody. As I said, in all my life, I never knew a priest was suspended in Grenada. And because I expressed a point of view, you're going to suspend me for that? A point of view that is expressed by many religious leaders and Catholic leaders around the world.
Do you really believe, Father, that this suspension came about because of your statement you made, or because that they have found you contrary to what the image of the church is, rough top, erring, having a different language. Do you think that stems from?
Something. I've been wearing an earring since I was 15 years old. 15 years old. This is about 47 years ago. What is the big deal? The Pope himself, in the early part of his ministry, said tattoos and piercings and so on, they're quite all right, and people should feel free to have them.
So do you believe?
What's the big deal about? You see, we get locked down on a lot of little externals that are not important. So I can go around and dress handsomely like a priest all the time and speak with the manner. Even the manner of my voice has to be priestly, or can be what people think as priestly. I could be the most rotten person at the same time, interfering with the little girls in church, sodomizing the boys. Many priests have done it around the world. Many. Now, when I say things like that, people feel, you're thinking up, and this is a fact. These are facts. Facts are stubborn things, they don't go away. And how do we learn? We learn from talking about the issues. We learn from history. History repeats itself. When you don't talk about it, when you don't put it on the table and examine it and say, but this is wrong, right? And the church has not a reputation of being silent in this occasion. The church has a 2,000-year history of being silent when it should speak. Where was the church in slavery?
I'm going to come to that, Father. I'm going to come to that. Don't skip that. I will not be skipping that. I'm going to ask you the question about where was the church in slavery. But before I go there, I just want to read something. It says that the Roman Catholic Church in the Diocese of St. George, Trinidadian Clyde Harvey, has suspended his outspoken priest, Father Gerard Paul, for a second time in less than a month. The letter of suspension from the bishop was delivered to Father Paul at an approximately 7:52 a.m. Saturday by Terry Regis, the most senior court bailiff on the island. That's a fact.
Well, I didn't know he was a court bailiff. I hear people keep saying he's a court bailiff, so I believe he is.
Mm-hmm.
So he came and identified himself as Terence Regis. I didn't know who he was, and he gave me the letter. Yeah.
No, they said that the new today witnessed Regis handing the letter from the bishop to Father Paul as he walked off the Terrell Bay vessel from the trip to the sister isle of Carriacou. After he accepted the letter on the jetty of the CARICOM wharf on the St. George's port, Father Paul opened the 2-page document, slowly read the content, but declined to sign as requested by the bailiff. Why did you decline from signing?
Well, I don't even know what that is. I didn't read it carefully. I just browsed through, and I did pick up as much that it's another suspension.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't have enough time to think about it. But it's neither here nor there whether I signed it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I received it. I don't deny receiving it.
Mm-hmm.
Signature is to conform to the person that I received it. I don't deny receiving it. I received it.
Mm-hmm. No, the question is, how long is your suspension?
I think it's an indefinite suspension.
Indefinite?
Mm-hmm.
So what you did today by disregarding the suspension, which would have stated to you that you can't preach on any given Sunday, which you did today, do you think that the church has a right now to excommunicate you from the church?
Well, let me tell you something. The leader of the church has all kinds of rights. All right? I don't even know if it's to say it's a right, but he has privileges. Okay? And he did say last week, if I went to minister to the congregation, that's a point of no return. So that implies what you call defrocking. Okay? And he can make up any story and tell the room why he's defrocking me, because the prerogative is his. But what I have said at church today, and which I mean, is that I have begun the process of unseating the Bishop Clyde Harvey.
Repeat that, Father. Repeat that.
I have begun today the process of unseating him as Bishop of Grenada.
How soon?
I am going to write to Rome to explain the situation, to explain my side of the story. And I have begun the process of unseating him as Bishop of Grenada.
And do you think that Rome would agree with you?
I'm not seeking agreement from Rome. And I'm not asking Rome to remove him. But I have begun another process.
Is the other process the courts?
No. The people's process. The people's court.
Atlee, the people's court, the church.
Basically,
it's the people of God. That's the church.
That's the church.
If 99% of the people say they don't want Clyde Harvey, what would Rome say? It becomes impossible for him.
What do you really want to achieve from that saga?
Listen, the church is bigger than Clyde Harvey and myself. Okay? The church is much bigger than we are. The church has lacked leadership with the entry of Clyde Harvey in Grenada. He's never captured the imagination of the people, and he has always done a lot of foolish things, including
that's a tough
being the cause. Hold on. Including being the cause of 5 African priests not being in Grenada.
Hold on,
the
Father.
shortage continues.
Hold on, Father. Hold on, Father.
He wants to make me the 6th.
Hold on, Father. This is strong, what you have just said. That is very strong. Do you have any reflection of the statement you just made?
Well, I know what I'm talking about. I live in Grenada. I live here. I used to be one of the bishop's advisors.
So
I know what is happening in the church in Grenada. The people of Grenada know what is happening in the church in Grenada.
So what was the follow that you both had then if you were an advisor to the bishop?
Well, I'm not sure if I want to go into that, but around last year, two African priests left. They were under tremendous pressure, and they left. And the story that the bishop told us about why they left is not true at all, according to the constant information I had. And I did tell him that he lied at a meeting. If a man lies, he lies. Don't leaders lie?
Yes, but you did not sugarcoat it. You just say it directly.
That's the point. And because of that, he really smeared one of his advisors. That's all right. What is wrong with that?
Someone's on the phone. Let me not say what the person has to say on the phone. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Your phone is giving problems.
No, it's good evening. I'm not so sure what happened. The person is off. Yes, Father. I think these are strong statements to be making. of your denomination. Let me see if I can get that person again. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Hello. I have a question or comment to make on this topic tonight.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello?
Go ahead, caller. Go ahead.
Okay. I heard the priest is talking about he was yes, I'm talking about the priest said he was. Yes, I'm there. You don't hear me, Cecil?
I'm hearing you. We're listening.
Okay. Well, the priest said that he was kind of suspended for expressing something that is really being in the news everywhere, and pastors and the head of state, people speaking about that. Now, what is really happening in Gaza is not something new. This have been in operation since before we were even born. So if the priest expressed something, why would that have to do with his spiritual life? What has to do with how he feels as a priest? Now, the bishop can suspend him, but the bishop is another man just like the priest. So I don't understand why a man has to think he has so much power that he wants to denounce a person that make the priest unfaithful, unclean, he not a priest no more. No. Jesus himself that died for him, the bishop, me, and everybody else, see the priest like his son, like everybody sees all of us, his children. And Jesus has not condemned that priest. So who is that bishop or whoever else went to condemn him? These people need to understand there are other things in the church that need to be addressed, like the children they molested. I was one of those little kids when I was growing up. I went for confession.
Please, caller. I'm not going to allow you. I don't want people to make up the voice and then eventually want to castigate a priest. I won't allow that, caller. So I'm really sorry about that.
No, I didn't stop.
Was that, caller?
Nonsense like that.
Okay, thank you very much, caller. I won't allow that at all. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Peace be unto each and everyone.
Same here to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes, I would like to voice my opinion also. I heard about the news on a radio program with Peter Wickham back home, so I followed every newscast.
That's in Barbados, right?
Yes, in Barbados. And I follow from the time I heard, I think it's week before Tuesday, I follow every newscast on YouTube. And there's some things, I agree with Mr. Irish in some of the things that he said, the first caller, and this lady just now too. And Father Paul, I want to say to you that I speak my mind. You speak about stubbornness and outspoken, and I speak my mind, and as you say, you stick to your points, and people dislike you for that. And when you are outspoken, people do not appreciate you. I hope that things will settle, amicable, and that even if you don't, I would love to see you, because to me you're a person who. This is change. These are changing times, and everything changing, and we need to change with the times. And I hope that the wrongs will be addressed, and the rights will be also addressed, and that you will get back to your congregation. If it is not, I guess people will still appreciate you. But for your outspokenness, as I said before, I agree with some of the things Mr. Irish said, and I am a very frank person, an outspoken person too, so people ain't gonna like you for that day. But all the best to you and to the church. But none of us in perfect. All of us saints. Have a blessed evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, caller. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, brother.
Yeah, a sister. No, Father. In reference to the Archbishop Marze, do you think that he can bring some impasse on this fiery event that is now has already unfolded in Grenada?
If you can bring some
resemblance of solution or peace as the head of the church.
I think anybody who can should, and I think he most likely can. The Caribbean is divided into English-speaking Caribbean. Well, not just the English is divided into provinces. So Trinidad and I think Suriname belong to the same province. And then you have we used to call the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles belong to the province of Castries. So
just hold that thought. Just hold that thought. Someone's on the line. I don't want to hold the person too long. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, Cecil. This is Simon. Good evening.
Hey, Professor.
Good evening, Father Paul. Cecil,
good evening,
while the discussion is going on, I'm hearing another dimension emerging. And I'm calling, and I hope you allow Father Paul to do what I'm about to ask. I hear a black nation of South Africa taking a stand for justice. I would like you to give us your impression of the South Africa position on the International Court of Justice. That takes the discussion away from just Grenada and it places it in an international arena. But I think that is an informing place. And I want you to, Cecil, allow him to tell us a bit about that African nation that was brave enough among all the nations of the world to stand for some sort of justice. Your impressions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stein, and definitely I'll allow him to say what he has to say. Go ahead, Father.
Okay, so and you would have known as well, my brother, that the United States is penalizing South Africa for that. They actually passed something, I think, in the Congress to penalize, I don't remember now the details, to penalize South Africa. And I see Nicaragua has taken Germany to the International Court of Justice as well for supplying weapons to Israel to butcher the people of Palestine. So I followed the case with South Africa, and I was very delighted that they got a judgment in their favor. I think the head of the court is an American, but my sources did tell me that this case is not going to be, what do you call it again, a kangaroo court and favor the Americans. I am so proud of South Africa, I cannot express. And they're very, very fiery, able milady, the foreign minister. I'm very, 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 very proud of Cyril Ramaphosa because I followed him when he was leader of COSATU, the Congress of South African Trade Unions. And they make me feel very, very proud. South Africa is showing a lot of moral resilience, a lot of moral mettle. And that's what we need as church community. You know, if one member of your family dies, I mean, people are in eternal pain because one member of their family died. You know, in a matter of weeks, there are some people in Gaza that lost their whole family. And in ancient cultures like the Middle East, people know all their families. People have lost up to 140 and 180 persons in the family. Can we imagine that? You know, when the thing does not take place in front of us, after a time, boy, look what's going on in Gaza. Before you know it, we hear it. A lot of people don't even listen to the news again because they are distressed, and I'm not blaming them. But the suffering there is unimaginable. It's unimaginable. And I'm very, 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 very proud of South Africa for standing its grounds, a cadre of eloquent, very, very deep lawyers that put forth the South African case. And I mean, the court has moved on to make the judgment that the Israel is committing plausible genocide, which is a very serious matter that they should act upon now. Israel, that is, they're not, they continue. Because Israel has been made the exceptional country by the United States. That's the United States aircraft carrier in the Middle East to control the politics. It's all about dirty politics. Dirty, dirty politics. And meanwhile, people's lives are being sacrificed in their thousands. We hear about the number of dead going up to 34,000 people now. We don't know how many thousands are buried under the rubble. We don't know. People have been bombed in the middle of the night, in the early morning. Buildings collapse on them. They have no equipment to remove them. And you just go on. So I don't even have any words to express. I mean, it brought me to the point of tears to see the effort of the South African government. They're very brave. They have decided to take the bull by its horn. And there are some support, a good amount of support coming from the southern countries. But my God, take you see, South Africa experienced apartheid, as Malema says. Milady, I think, is her name. She says they have experienced apartheid, the same apartheid that is taking place in the West Bank and so on, in Israel. So they know what it is. And when they were in the throes of apartheid, the United States did not support that. Canada did not support them. Germany did not support them. These are the countries that we think are democratic countries and we say they're democratic and all that foolishness. They continue to support the slaughtering of people around the world. And that's what they do. And it's very brave and very, very commendable of South Africa to have done what they have done and to continue doing what they do. I pray that God bless South Africa and give the present government the strength to continue to do what they are doing.
The same question that you asked the church in reference to Hamas and that of Israel. Have you asked the church the same question about slavery? Have you ever questioned the church about slavery?
A lot of what I have said is in my normal everyday preaching. I'm not boasting, but the people of my parish are very conscious about the issues. Okay? I always go back to slavery. We don't want to talk about the past. You know, there is a Holocaust memorial in Washington, D.C. I visited it many years ago. And I was very moved because I read a lot about the Holocaust. I read a lot about the Holocaust. A lot. Horrific stories. It's not good for anybody to be put through those situations at all. Slavery was the greatest evil because Our experience of slavery is the only time, the only unique sort of slavery that was experienced ever on earth since slavery began, which is as old as humankind. Our societies were slave societies. You read in the Bible and times before about slaves. Slaves were part and parcel of the society. Slaves had rights. Slaves can take their masters to court. And if their masters committed certain violence against them, the court can order that they be set free and so on. In the Caribbean, slaves had no rights. No rights. An entire family, an entire society was built to provide labor for all of Europe, because all of them were involved, all of Europe was involved in slavery and the slave trade. And all of them enriched themselves and built big cathedrals and big, beautiful churches that we go to Europe and admire. That's why I'm not really interested in that. Anyhow, the point is that slavery was the most cruel regime that were brought upon our people. For over 400 years, they were taken from West Africa and traveled through the Middle Passage for 6, 8 or more weeks. They excreted on themselves. They were packed like sardines in tins, and they were sent to the Caribbean when they died or they were sick with diseases or malnutrition or whatever, or starvation on the ship. They were just thrown into the sea. Didn't the church know that? The church knew it. The church was part and parcel of the slave system. Many priests and bishops had slaves. Even Las Casas, the savior of the Indians, had Indian slaves himself. They say he had, I don't know, that's the rumor, that he had an Indian woman, and you know when you fall in love, all kind of thing could happen. So he fought for the Indians. But he was the one who suggested that Las Casas, as you know, was a Catholic priest in Mexico, I think. He suggested that Negroes be taken from West Africa and brought into slavery. Now, we know, and we say today that a village brings up a child. That's a West African saying, because in fact, that's what it is. And we have some retention of that where, you know, the elders in the community correct children. You and I, when we were growing up, somebody correct us in the street and they beat us in the street. Fortunately, it didn't happen to me. You couldn't go and tell your parents would flog you again. So the village brings up the child, and the nuclear family, as purported by Europe, is a total failure, has been a total failure and has destroyed our family system, so that children are being mentored by computers and being mentored by the TV. There's a little boy I know in one of these villages close by. He speaks perfect American language, perfect slang, perfect twang. He grew up in front of the television. You never believe that he was born in Grenada and lived in Grenada.
Well, Father, don't be surprised. All the children today that are actually looking at television, they speak the fluent American language. And they never left Dominica shores, and they speak like American.
I'm not surprised, but that example I'm talking about is extraordinary. Extraordinary. Anyhow, West African family was destroyed by slavery. In slavery, they put men and women in hot houses to make big, strapping children. I so wouldn't stand a chance, nothing for me. I mean, a little fellow. Anyhow, all of that was done, and the church said to the people, obey your master. That's the same church we're talking about. That's the same church you're telling me is the church that say that, and it's the church that say that, and it's the bishop that say that, so I must bow. So the church told the people, slaves, they conveniently quoted that scripture text from St. Paul, which says, slave, obey your master. Completely different kind of slave. Okay? And after slavery was ended, the church turned around and tell people if they're not married, they're living in sin. The same church that did not defend the West African family, did not defend family life during slavery, few slaves were married, turned around and tell people they're living in sin because they're not married. The church has done some great violence to our people. And who must admit it? We, the church, must admit. It mustn't be people outside there like the sexual crisis that reigned for 2,000 years in the church, or God knows how many years. We will not speak about it. We've been silent on it forever. I was in a parish, I spent 18 and a half years there. And towards the end, probably the last 3 years, 4 years before I left, the topic of the sexual crisis was coming up in my sermon, in my preaching, time upon time again. And some people said, oh, you want to lead the priesthood. And that's why he's preaching about that. 13 or 14 years have since gone. So the point is that we must accept criticism and self-criticism. We must be able to examine ourselves. Where was the church in the civil rights movement in the United States? It was the black church, Martin Luther King and Ebenezer and all those fellows that were involved in the struggle, being beaten in the streets, being beat by dogs and being shot at and being killed. They were out there. That's what the gospel is about. In 1971, the Synod of Bishops met in Rome, all the bishops of the world. And you know what is the statement they came out with? It said that work for justice, not talk for justice, work for justice is constitutive of the gospel, of the preaching of the gospel. That big word constitutive simply means it's a constituent part of the preaching of the gospel. Jesus just did not preach. Jesus healed people. He touched people's lives. He made them whole again. And he broke the law which said, if a woman is found in adultery, as if she could be in adultery for herself alone, if a woman is found in adultery, she should be stoned to death. He broke that sacred law. So what happened to break a law today? What happened if I pick up a mic and say something? The bishop ain't give me permission. Let me don't describe that in the way I would normally describe. It's utterly foolish. It's utterly foolish. Where was the church with the Jim Crow laws in the United States? Where was the church, the anti-apartheid church? It was Desmond Tutu of the Anglican Church, and Alan Bosak, I think, and other guys like
Correct.
that, religious
Bosak,
people who went on the streets and put their lives there. Put their lives there. That's what Christianity is. Christianity is not staying in a church with a white gown and saying we're ministering to people. We got to be out in the streets, in the highways and byways, in the nooks and crannies, and experience what people experience.
But while you're saying that, Father, you have to be ordained, and to ordain, it would have meant that you would have gone through a ritual process where you would have to keep to the rules and the regulation of the church. So can I say that you fool the church to get to say what you want to say as you're now saying it? Can I say that safely?
No, you're very wrong about that. Because what we are talking about is such a minute aspect of the life of the church. I have remained faithful to my church for 38 years since I went to study. I have remained faithful. I don't know what you mean by fooling the church. Again, you keep on talking about the church. The church is the people of God. The church is the people of God. And hear the voices of the people of God in Grenada and in the Caribbean and in the world about this present situation of I being suspended simply because I say the church shuts its mouth. And you tell me I'm trying to fool the church? Fool the church about what? Fool the church about what? All the people...
Only ask the question, Father. Only ask the question.
Leaders who have been thieving the monies in the church, interfering with the young ladies, doing all sorts of things. They have never been suspended until very, very recently. Never been suspended. It's a joke. It's a big joke.
You are strong. Father, you are strong and brave. That's most I can say.
It's a big joke.
You're strong and
brave. It's seriously a big joke. It's a very big joke. It's a very big joke. I don't even know. I keep repeating myself. It's a big joke to say that you suspend me when many church leaders have criticized the church, have criticized the Pope directly. EWTN is a Catholic station founded by a nun in the States somewhere in the 80s, I think it was. Late 80s. And there is a senior priest there and a theologian, I think he is. And before the Pope opened him out, they criticized.
So hold that thought.
They say the Pope should be resigned and this, that, and they are not being suspended for that.
Just hold on a while. Someone is on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, my family.
Yes, good evening.
Very
evening, brother.
Program. Ernest Catholic, devout Catholic Christian. Anyhow, I love the discussion. The time is appropriate. Because as we draw close to what we call as Catholic, today is Good Shepherd Sunday. And likewise, a day of prayer for the vacations. The harvest is plentiful and ready, but the laborers are few. So we pray that God will send us good shepherds to continue his work in the vineyard. Father Paul, I sort of kind of agree with you. They are valid points, and we agree to disagree. I stand with you on certain elements, certain points of discuss, but I still believe that where protocol stands, there are supposed to be rules and regulation, and which ends with obedience. Sometimes we might want to say certain things, but we need to choose the time and space and probably seek approval based on what we want to present to the congregation. However, I hope that everything goes well. The authorities above will make the decision, but I hope we come to what they call a amicable solution. Before I want to ask two questions of you. I heard you said that you manage a clinical or medical clinic. I don't know if you're getting paid for that, but if you do you own the money or you put it towards the church? And secondly, I need to know what is it all about. Just kill me. You said you owned a house. I would like to know if that house was built before you entered the seminary or after you become a priest, because I'm kind of confused. I just want clarification. And thirdly, although I said it's two, the third one is based on the three vows that you take: obedience, chastity, and
poverty.
Help me. What is the significance poverty? What is the significance of wearing an earring? I said that in coming down with our literature of the church, we're supposed to humble ourselves to the point of, the soil. And I know that presentation of the earring and click, although I wear mine, I know it's a fashionable thing. It's a young boy thing. Since you become an ordained priest,
let me ask you. Did you say
you still wearing your earring, but you're Catholic?
Yes, I still wear that. I have two. If you want one, bring, you can have one. Why does need to know the significance? Because I think as an ordained priest, these are things you step away from the earthly value and focus on the spiritual side of life. That's it. Thank you very much, and I'm listening.
Thank you.
Thanks for expressing your views. We differ on some things. As you have said, we can agree to disagree. So the first question was about the clinic. No, my brother founded that clinic in 2004. He had lived in the States and came back to Grenada and started it. And he died suddenly, drowned in. I was to go to London, to the University of London, to study 2 weeks later. And I was begged to manage the thing for a while. And, it took so much that I'm still managing it. So he's worried about the money. There we do a lot of charity. Do a lot of charity. Somebody in trouble and they just cannot cover the funds, we do things for them. That's a daily routine. What's the next question?
The house. Your house.
He asked about my house. Well, that's kind of unique in the Caribbean. Let me tell you something. In Europe, in fact, in North America, I was many years ago, about 25 years ago, I was in a conference in Florida with priests, and I was shocked to know that priests were being paid. I remember there was a tall, lanky guy. He was being paid the most, $8,000, because he was managing 2 parishes. That was a strange concept for me, and it will be a strange concept for us in the Caribbean. The thing is that the church is universal, and a lot of the things that are not a part of our culture here is part of the culture of the church elsewhere. So a lot of things that we're going to abhor is quite normal elsewhere. So priests are being paid. Everything is taken care of, the food, the lodging, the this, the that. In many parts of the world, the priests have their private apartment that they retire to when the day comes. And the presbytery is a house where they have their offices and they have meetings and so on. There's many instances of that. As a matter of fact, I remember the theological conference in Suriname, and I say that again, and I know it's going to be taboo and so on, but it's a fact. And if you travel and so on, you're going to learn that. And it's no harm telling people the truth. I was dead surprised at the theological conference in Suriname many years ago when a priest, a priest who Surinamese priest, they speak Dutch in Suriname, and Holland is the so-called mother country. He said that a survey showed that up to 15% of the priests living in the inner cities and so on do have their concubines. They have their apartments that they retire to. I'm not advocating that at all, but I'm just trying to say how different it is. So that you're hearing a priest has his private house. There is some kind of big deal. There is no big deal about that. I built my house on the grounds where my family house was built. So it was built from scratch, and I think he wanted to know if it was built before I went to seminary. I've been an industrious person all my life, so farming is a big deal for me. I made a lot of money from farming as a priest. I don't remember what his third question is. Something third he said.
I think your earring.
Talk about the earring. Well, I already alluded to that.
Yes.
Brother.
Since 15 years you had it.
I pierced my ear since I was 15 years old. So I have not always worn an earring, but I have worn an earring for a lot of my life. And you could imagine what 15 years ago, when I was 15 years old, that's 47 years ago, when I was the only person in school to have done that up to that time. And, I already alluded that the Pope himself says piercings and tattoos are in order. So my brother boasted that he has 2 earrings and you could get 1. But because I'm a priest, I can't wear 1. And he says I must be involved with spiritual things. You see, I don't blame him because what we understand to be spiritual is very, very, very superficial. Very, very superficial. All these matters we've been talking about, life and death and the people of Gaza, these are deeply spiritual matters. But we don't think of it that way. All of a sudden now I'm in the spiritual gap and I am speaking with a certain accent and a certain this, and I'm now talking spiritual things. And I quote in a couple of scripture texts,
So Father,
what is spirituality?
So soon, Father, I'll hear you speak of priests getting married.
Well, this is not even spoken of today. In the 1980s, there was a big movement in that direction. As a matter of fact, Pope John Paul I, who lived for 33 days, it was said that it was known that he was very passionate about a married priesthood. He said words to the effect that, he feels it, in other words, for all these poor young men who have to stifle their natural inclinations. As a matter of fact, it is believed that he was killed after 33 days in being a pope. And one of the reasons a lot of people believe he was killed is because he was thought of as being too radical and that he was going to allow priests to get married. So I was saying in the 1980s, there was a big movement towards that. And it had become so strong that the church in Rome had to have some statement on it. So what they did is that they called the conferences, the heads of the conferences of bishops, like in the Caribbean, I said to you, there is the AEC, the Antilles Episcopal Conference. That is all the bishops of the English, French, Dutch, Spanish, and so on speaking countries in the Caribbean. So he called, John Paul, the Pope called the heads of all of these conferences to sign a document. And that document is to say that, end with this talk about priests becoming married men because priests, for whatever reasons he would have said in that document. Now, basically, all of the heads of conferences refused to sign the document because there was no consultation. And this is a big part in the church. It's called collegiality, consultation. My man is not having any consultation with me. So he could violate everything, but if I take up the mic and speak, I am violating, I'm being disobedient and all this foolish stuff. Anyhow, he had not, the heads of the conferences of bishops around the world did not sign the document handed to them by a guy called Ratzinger, a German guy. He became the last pope who resigned there. What's his name again? He became pope afterwards, in any case.
Ratzinger. It's Ratzinger himself.
Yeah, Ratzinger, but I don't remember what his pope's name was.
I forgot his...
Huh?
Was it... I forgot his name.
No, he was German. He was
German, I know.
John Paul before him was Polish.
Polish, yeah. His name will come to mind. But he was a German who retired or resigned.
Yeah, resigned, yeah. So they did not sign the document. And you know what Rome did? They went back and said, well, all of the bishops of the old time did agree that priests should not be married. So therefore, priests should not be married. So they call on the dead. They did not get the advice of the living. There are all kinds of tricks in the trade. So you ask me my view of that. My view is simply that should be optional. A priest should be able to choose whether he wants to marry or not.
Was it Benedict the Eighth?
Huh?
Was it Pope Benedict the
Benedict,
Eighth?
yes.
Benedict.
Yes,
Benedict,
that's
yeah.
right. So you're saying, Father, that it should be optional whether a priest
That's
get
my
married
opinion.
or not married. That's your opinion.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
All right.
Now, a lot of fellas going to cry down my opinion, but they live in a life that is they hiding under the grass and do the thing every day and interpret all they want. Yeah, but that's the truth. I'm not bringing down the church. People say you're bringing down the church. When you speak what is happening, you're bringing down the church. People must be aware. We must speak about it. We must say something is wrong or something is right.
Father,
something.
I have my suspicion that you live in the church or you live in the priesthood. I have my suspicion.
Yeah, because I'm not surprised about that foolishness that you're telling me. If you know the struggles I've been through.
Mm-hmm. You will not leave the priesthood. I know that. 38 years, I don't see you leaving.
I don't have to have an excuse to leave the church. I could leave the church any day. I can leave. Let me tell you something. I have been called by God. I'm convinced about that. This is my service to God. The church is an instrument. The church is not my life. I live a free life with a free conscience, with a free will, which means if a bishop tells you, and that is the teaching of the church. The church says you must follow your conscience. You may be wrong. The bishop is wrong too, at times. The Pope is wrong too. Everybody is wrong. That's the one right everybody has. The right to make a mistake. The right to be wrong. Tomorrow, please God, you reflect, you move on. That's the thesis and antithesis that brings us to a new epoch in our lives, a new experience. But if we keep everything covered, we will never grow. We will never become. St. Paul says the whole world is groaning in an act of being born, being reborn. That process continues. In some sense, you can speak of it as an evolutionary process, and the church is not against evolution. It's only that the church says we are created by God. We didn't evolve from some monkey or something like that. Okay? So, yeah, there you go.
Very controversial.
Yeah. There you go. I mean,
yeah. But you know what I suspect?
I ain't gonna leave. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave.
You know,
after 30 years now, I'm going to leave.
You know what happened to you? You see this revolution in Grenada, and being in that revolution, you're still revolutionary in your ideas. That revolution in Grenada, you still fire the revolution. Eh?
What was wrong with the revolution?
Well, no, I say you're still in the revolutionary mood. You've carried it to the church.
Well, that may be said, but I grew up very conscious. So whether revolution or not, you'd have heard very much of what I'm saying. And remember that we evolve, we grow. I mean, a lot of things I see now and a lot of ideas and things that I've developed, it has come over time.
Okay.
It has come over time, you know. Listen.
I'm very, and I believe, to Father, just from this interview, I know Grenadians are listening and people from the region are actually listening. You're going to be called by many other media houses and maybe organizations to come in and have conversation with them about the way forward for the church. Right. Would you accept?
Well, I have rejected. I have been given many calls, and I have rejected some, and I cannot do everything. But I don't have a problem in talking about the situation because it's a learning curve for us throughout these parts. You know, when I tell people I'm a shy person, they don't believe me, but.
Just go back a bit because we're not getting your face from the camera. Just go back a bit, please.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, I was responding to your question about accepting requests for interviews. I don't know you, and I don't know your reputation and the reputation of your program, but I accepted to be part of it. But I've said as well that it's not every program I will accept to be on. I have to judge the worthiness of being on the program, and it's not about myself. I've said too that there is a learning curve here for us in the region over that. There is a learning curve for me as well. One day I'm going to reflect and think, well, some of my actions were a little beyond the border, or they were not far enough. So the process continues. But yes, I will accept to be on some programs, and I think it's an educational journey. It's a faith journey as well. Good Catholics and good church people tend to become very nervous when there is any controversy. And all they want to know is that this controversy be shut down right now for the sake of peace, for the sake of peace. But there is no peace where there is not justice. There is no peace where there is not freedom, and freedom of speech, and freedom of thinking, freedom to hold certain opinions and to express them properly. So we like to think of peace as an absence of physical war, but peace, shalom, means a place of complete well-being. Doesn't mean to say that your life is perfect. It doesn't mean to say that you're no longer suffering with your kidney or your lungs, but a place at peace with human beings and with God. And that's what it should be. We must not defer discussions, public discussions, to be something in a corner. And then when we come to the public forum, we get quiet and we pretend that everything is perfect. Don't have the discussion, you know?
What's your final words to Father to Bishop Harvey? What's your word? The final words of Bishop Harvey?
Well, I would like to tell him to think again about what he has started. His suspension of me, or his so-called suspension of me, has brought us to where we are today. The event took place at the Mass of Chrism, I think about 3 weeks ago, and he responded then and there and never contacted me. We never spoke, excepting for me to get his suspension. So he needs to think about it, and to think about what he has done and what he is doing. And I need to reflect to myself about my reaction, what I have done, and what I am doing. And we both must think that whatever we do must be in the interest of the people of God. So he must know and fully reflect on whether he's just flexing his muscles because he has power, he's using power. I like to differentiate between power and authority. You know, if you have authority over me, you can ask me to do something and I will do it because it's you that say, I trust you, I believe in you. Okay? You are credible in my eyes. So even if I don't totally agree with you, I will do it. But then I can do it as well because I'm afraid of your power, the power that you have. And that's the inauthentic living that I think we should all despise. Christ told us over and over in this entire scripture, but especially in the New Testament, fear not, fear not, fear not. We are constantly living in fear. We have two motivations for action. We can be motivated by love, or we can be motivated by fear. Unfortunately, probably 99.99% of the times, we act out of fear and not out of love. So we both have to consider that, and that's about all I can say.
What do you have to say to the Catholic congregation that is now listening?
That is?
That is now listening.
Well, I thank you for listening, because we need to listen. I remember Bishop Sidney Charles once said to us at confirmation, the 3 L's, look, listen, and you will learn. And I have remembered that for the rest of my life. I will remember it for the rest of my life. But genuine listening demands a certain suspension of what we already hold. Because very often when we are listening, when we say we are listening, we're thinking about the next point to debate what the person is saying. Or we are cheering on. Oh, I like Father Jerry. Yeah, go Father Jerry, go Father Jerry. No. We must listen with a critical mind. You know, I remember a lady in the first parish I went to was saying to me all the time, Father, you could do no wrong. And I kept saying to her, but no, you are my elder, and if you see me doing something wrong, you should tell me about it. She told me I could do no wrong, until one day I did something in the church which she disagreed with. Anyhow, yeah, so to the Catholic population, I tell you, don't be too frustrated. We have to take life as it comes, and there is not always good news, what we would call good news. Life goes with, if you like, negatives and positives all the time. Yesterday you were on top of the world and you wake up depressed this morning because something in your life is affecting you. Depression, we would say, is a bad thing, but it has to happen. It's a way of slowing us down. We have to deal with a grinding issue and so on. It's part of life's processes. And I'm not saying that we should be depressed people, but we do experience some sense of depression from time to time. You know, so be courageous and pray about it, and be open to learn, open to grow, and open to grow spiritually in everything that is happening. Don't just back aside and say, well, I like Father Jerry, so I'm backing him. I don't like the bishop, so I'm backing him, or vice versa. You know, be critical, listen, and, read. Find out what is happening in the wider church. Because we on islands we have what you call insular mentality. The island is small. We see a small part of the global picture, and we think that is all there is to see. And we don't have a sense of the wider church, how it functions, how in many parts of the world, people are free to express opinions. And the idea as if we're like the priest is a little boy under the bishop, and if the bishop say jump, you ask him how high to jump and all this kind of foolishness. That's what we think church is. But that's not what church is in the global world. You understand? As I've said it, and I'm going to make it clear again. At 24 years old, at 15 years old, I went to tell the parish priest I wanted to be a priest. He gave me a novel to read. I was very, very disappointed, and I never told anybody again that I wanted to be a priest. At 22 years old, I wrote the Bishop Sidney Charles, and we began a conversation, and one thing led to the other, and I went to seminary about 2 years later. At 22 years old, I could make the most important decision of my life. And at 62 years old, I will be 62 shortly. At 62 years old, oh no, the bishop said that. Oh. What foolishness is that? First and foremost, a priest is a man. You can't be a priest if you're not a man. You can't be a doctor if you're not a man. You can't be a police officer if you're not a man. You can't be a tradesman if you're not a man, or else you're going to teach the people thing and give them 6 for 9 and put 5 nails when you're supposed to put 100. So first and foremost, manners make man, and man must stand for principle. That is fundamental to being man. So the bishop is a man, I am a man. And all the priests should be men. Shouldn't be like little, foolish. That's not what God called us to be.
Submissive. God asks us to be, but God also asks us to be
in Christ.
But God also asks us to be submissive.
I don't know.
And be humble.
Well, submissiveness is not humility. Submissiveness is not humility. Mind you. Being submissive to the voice of others is not humility. And a lot of people have committed grave evil in being submissive. In the reign of the Third Reich in Germany, under Hitler, people were silent. People were quiet because they were respecting authority and they feared authority. Hitler started with the Gypsies. And then he went to the Jews. Oh, well, you could kill the Jews. That's all right, because we're not Jews. By the time he turned on his own people, he was so powerful, they couldn't restrain him. It is important that a voice be heard, that voices be heard. And this garbage about submissive, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I can defer to you. You are the boss. And you say to do this, and I don't quite agree with you. We could agree to disagree, but I can defer. I can do what you tell me to do. I can do it in the way you tell me to do it. But this word submissive, I don't know what that means in the context in which we are speaking.
Can you tell me?
Because, again, as I have said, a lot of evil has been wrought throughout the world, in the church, because of submissiveness.
I'm sure that you would have known a few priests in Dominica.
Huh?
I'm sure that you'd know a few priests in Dominica.
Yes, I only remember the old generation, like Elvio Augustine. And after Elvio and the gentleman, I forgot his name, he became a lawyer.
You're talking about Lawrence? Lennox Lawrence.
Yeah, they were my seniors. In those years, seminary was 5 years. In my time, seminary was 6 years. I think my first year were there last year. And since during my years, no Dominican came to seminary. So I would have known some of the older priests. I preached in Dominica a couple of Lents, but I don't remember their names, you know.
What do you
and do you know, I met him. I think I met him when he came for Lent, yeah.
So tell me, Father, what you make of this program, Lakou?
Well, I find it very interesting because the concept of the yard is a very deep concept. I'm trying to remember this Jamaican who wrote this novel, oh my God, and I don't even remember the name of the novel. But anyhow, it's about the yard as well. The concept of the yard is a very deep concept because I would believe, you know, I do believe strongly that our upbringing and the ethos of our lives make us who we are. And even when we deny that upbringing, it makes us who we are. Like some people grow up working hard, so they don't want to work hard again. So even that propelled us into a certain direction. So, yeah, when you start thinking about all of those little issues in your growing up, I think about my growing up a lot. And you have caused me to reflect again a bit on it tonight. So when you interview somebody, you're not just interviewing Gerard Paul at 60 odd years, but you are getting a sense of who that person is, and the audience is getting a sense of who that person is, and they are connecting to their own upbringing. Because a lot of what I would have said, I believe, would have resonated with you in Dominica, and realize that we're not so real different. We come back from the same roots. You're probably your ancestors, between the siblings, one would have sent to Dominica, another was sent to St. Lucia, and one was sent to Grenada. So we are quite related, and we come from the very same background, the same world, and so you see great similarities among us. But I think the important point from the Lakou, the yard concept, is the fact that the cradle in which we grew up will continue to have its impact on who we are today and tomorrow.
Last words, Father?
Do you want some last words still? So I want to thank you for inviting me to your program. How did you hear about this thing in any case?
Well, I'm in the media. I have a lot of friends in Grenada, like Peter David, Ali Gill, Sam, quite a number of friends in Grenada, and who did mention to me, as a matter of fact, I'm following Mac Hamlet's news, news program ever so often. Every week he sends me information, so I catch it since March, and I spoke with him and asked him to get me your telephone number, which he did, and we spoke immediately. And I really want to say thank you so very much for really helping to enlighten the Dominican public on the whole concept of religion, because that's what we spoke about. We didn't talk about the Catholic Church, we spoke about religion, and I'm very happy that we were able to do that tonight. Mm-hmm. So thank you so very much.
So thank you so much. It was really a pleasure talking to you and responding to some of what your audience have to say. We're one people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you.
And I wish you the best. And I wish you the best. And I hope that we can come into a civil understanding as to where we need the church to go to and what we need to do for the betterment of the church, not the administrators, but the church. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take care.
All right, take care. Good night. Yes. Right, we just from speaking with Father, who has been able to give us a great insight of exactly what transpired and what he believes in terms of the way forward for the church. Very interesting individual.
Very interesting program. I found that the revolutionary spirit that he grew up in, especially as a schoolboy, and his independence of thinking. Of course, one has to agree to disagree. And as he said, it's a whole cycle. At some point in time, we make mistakes, and these mistakes can be corrected. We have conflict. Mm-hmm. In any organization, there'll be conflict.
Someone said they would like to see him come to the United States to preach.
Boy, this guy like controversy.
The person said, I would like to hear him preach. Come to New York. That's what this person said.
But one thing I found very interesting as well. Here is a devoted Catholic, a man who is in church almost every Sunday, who has 2 earrings to his name. And the poor father has one earring which he's been with since he was 15 years. And he still finds, because he's a priest, he should remove his earrings. But the man grew up with the thing. The seminary saw him with it, you know.
Yes.
When he went there to study the priesthood.
Someone said the church needs to go back to the Bible and stop preaching the opinion.
Well. The time may come at some point in time where maybe priests, and I agree with him, those who want to get married, get married. Those who don't want to get married, stay a eunuch.
Another person said, "Thank you for an uplifting, very impressive conversation tonight."
Very good. I enjoyed it. Very intellectual. The man is bright. Well, Seso boy, I enjoyed it.
Yes.
I think I really, really want to congratulate you on getting this man to speak. As you said, he's not just going to speak on any program. So you see, you have long antennas. Your antennas are very long. I noticed that you're going to be going to Guyana.
Well, it's my intention to get the opposition leader in Guyana. He is of the party of Forbes Burnham.
Oh, Burnham,
yes.
Burnham man.
Yes.
But that would be very interesting. So you're doing well. St. Lucia, Antigua, Grenada,
St. Lucia,
and we're going to go to Guyana next time.
I'm hoping to get someone from Barbados sometimes. You need to tell us about their yard. You know,
well,
Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Yeah.
So we have places to go.
Yes.
And let me thank you for allowing me to be with you tonight. And let me say, I enjoyed every minute of the program. And let me say, Dominicans, it was a pleasure being with you, Cecil. It was a pleasure being with them, those overseas and those here and those who listened. Thank you for doing that. And to the dear Father, I enjoyed your discussion with us. It was frank and open. I do hope you have a blessed night and your conflict with the church can be resolved in an amicable manner.
I too. And through God's grace, it will work out. All right, then. Thank you very much, Brain. And that's where we come to the end of the program. Just want to say thank you to everyone who was actually tuned to DBS Radio tonight. So let's go now across to BBC World Service. All right.
Advance further and can be in the center of our city.
Of course, it is not too late. In any case, aid is needed. And whether it would be later or earlier, in any case, it will help.
There has been a constant flow of diplomats through Kiev as they have tried to pave the way for this bill to be passed. Better late than never is the reaction we're hearing this weekend.